Alright, take fucking two. Just trying to get this even show the fuck up. Hopefully this time it actually fucking showed up. Yes. Okay, it seems this time it actually shows the fuck up on like my desktop version of YouTube Studio on my phone. Whatever the fuck. About fucking time, bro. Like, holy fucking hell. For some reason I did one for like a whole minute last time and didn't show up on there, but anyways, hello. Hello. Is this Sinister Game Being here with a new stream? And this stream, I want to be going over the event week for this week from very early Thursday, whatever, like per usual, in Grand Theft Auto Online. But starting off, what's it called? No. But yeah, going to title the stream, there is the return of the Ludendorff Cemetery Survival. I did just simply go with Ludendorff Survival on the title as there was a lack of characters within the 100 character limit on the title. I don't know why playlists get 150 characters while titles only get 100 characters for like the amount of text you can use, but whatever, I guess. Whatever, I guess. Yes. If I recall, that's still it's between those two things, anyways. Anyways. There is actually a free vehicle apparently you can actually claim, I believe, for the next 2 weeks. I think it's also available next week as well, if you do not get it this week for some reason. And that is the benefactor Krieger. Oh, and also, before I go any further, I should say there is new clothing items, I'm pretty sure, but... Alright, oh my god, man. Of course, my DualSense wireless controller battery level's low again. I swear only lasts like an hour anymore. Like, bruh. Probably because my fucking hernia and throat bullshit I deal with anymore. I fucking just have the tendency to leave it plugged in for a while anymore, don't I? Don't I? But whatever. I don't get why there's all kinds of different batteries that some just have more issues than others and shit. I don't quite know why, but still. Talk about anything in the world, really, not just controllers, of course, but like my AirPods don't even fucking work good for shit no more. Fucking apparently. Like they don't hold a charge much or nothing no more. And like those, you're supposed are you even supposed to keep those shits out of the case? Cause I never fucking did. Fucking talking about like the first gen ass AirPods or some shit, bro. No wireless charging, none of that shit. The ones that started it all, I think, for the AirPods. Okay, though, but yeah. What was I doing here anyways, though? Because of this fuck all bullshit, though. Yeah, anyways, yeah, oh yeah, I was talking about clothing items right as the notification popped up, yeah. I think there is like a new masker, like 2 or something, probably like usual, but yeah. I decided to go event week stream, not the week editions. Only reason I did it for the first week, which I think only had like new masks as well, I think, was because my original title was supposed to be the Ramia Slasher or whatever, which apparently came out for a last event. So I kind of still just kept the week editions for that one, and then I just went for like one of those like clothing item things for like the whatever fall celebration thing they were doing with like the Red Yeti cap or whatever it was. Forget. And then week 2, I did go to week. No, I went the event week stream for week 2, not the week editions. For like the Halloween contents I'm talking about, by the way. Purely, of course. Of course. And obviously, I went the week editions, the last one, since it actually came out for the Rami Slasher. This one, I decided I would just go the event week stream. But yeah, just be aware there is technically new clothing items, which I guess could constitute for week editions, but yeah, I didn't really feel like it this time, to be honest. Or something, so I just went with the event week stream. But yeah, Benefactor Krieger. Have to get to the spreadsheet from Bruffy1322, like a racing YouTuber for Grand Theft Online, basically, for that performance for the supercar class. It's actually pretty good, if I recall right. Not the best non-HSW, but is one of the couple best non-HSWs, actually. And it's free as well, which is insane. So yeah, like I said, it's not HSW, so it's not S tier, but it is actually an A tier supercar, which is actually really good, and it's even free right now as well. So obviously can't really be free on something that's insane like this, of course, but yeah. Again, this goes on for 2 weeks apparently, until like sometime in November apparently, whenever probably the next event ends, of course, but yeah. And if I haven't said, by the way, I'm doing this on Wednesday, last day again, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I don't know, I kind of forget which day the abductions are supposed to happen, so I kind of just wait till the last day. I think they're supposed to happen like tomorrow, though, the start of the next event, though. For like the 4 days or something, I believe, and then it just disappears, I think, for the last couple days of the event, I believe. So obviously it's not going to go like a few days into November for abductions, I believe. So actually they are promoting UFO abductions, so interesting. Did I actually make out doing a Wednesday stream again, or I don't know. Somehow I've made out with doing Wednesday streams lately, even though I shouldn't be necessarily waiting until the last day, but still. Alright, but yeah, anyways, for the performance, so. Yeah, shit, sorry, it's taking like 8-9 minutes, but yeah, hernia throat bullshit being a bitch again. And the salitis, at least. But yeah, like I said, the Benefactor Krieger is pretty good. It's not the top non-HSW though. What's above it is the Progen Emers and the Grotti Turismo Maggio. And technically, there's the regular weaponized Ignis for non-HSW as well. However, though, that one's only for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series XS, PC Enhanced. Even for the regular non-HSW as well, by the way, for those that did not know that for some reason. So in terms of the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC Legacy, this is technically the third best supercar in terms of lap time. So it is a top 3 on those legacy platforms, which is really, really good. Overall, it's even like number 6 apparently for lap time, which is still within top 10, which is amazing. But again, A2 or 6th place in lap time apparently. It's even 11th place for top speed actually, which is, yeah, just one placement out of like top 10. Which, yes, is actually just one placement out of the top 10. It actually would be a top 10 without HSW, so it is actually a top 10 even on top speed. Looks like it would be 9th place, it looks like, for top speed, with the 2 HSWs that are actually above it. Oh, except all HSWs, I think, are actually above it for top speed. It's just the spreadsheet's in a certain way where it just prioritizes lap times, since obviously lap time is just a lot more important. So actually, it'd probably be like 7th place, I think, for top speed for the legacy platforms. So I don't doubt in certain ways, shape, and forms it just stays top 10 no matter what for the rest of the game, obviously, since supposedly GTA 6 is obviously hopefully going to actually make it to May 26, 2026, not get delayed again or something. I mean, I've heard Rockstar might have actually updated their website or something. That might be actually recent information for Wednesday here as well, but yeah. Um, Forget. I don't know, that's what I'm hearing. I don't know if there's entire truth about it. I haven't actually checked out myself, though. I will on the stream, I'm not sure. But if you do not yet have a Benefactor Krieger, I highly recommend picking one up. It's really good, though. If I have not made it clear already. Alright, and then the Ludendorff Cemetery Survival apparently up next, going to the tile to stream. Going into, yes, the title to stream, the Ludendorff Cemetery Survival has returned. With a free time, some money in RP. I believe it might have been only 2 times, I think last year or something, if I remember right. It's 3 times, obviously would make a lot of sense. And yeah, I don't assume Plus gets 4 times this time, I'm assuming not. So I assume in general it's probably just 3 times. But yeah. What was it? This update or something, they made a change where you don't lose ammo anymore from the survivals that you actually use. You actually keep the ammo when you're in free mode, I believe. God damn it, bro. 12 minutes are okay. You're having some water, goddamn you. Fuck, I started needing throat shit, but I doubt that's gonna change much. Christ, bro. Jesus fucking Christ. So yeah, again, I think in literally the latest update or a little before, they made a change where you don't lose ammo anymore that you actually use in a survival. When you're in the free mode, apparently you keep all that ammo, so they've been better than they've ever been before in terms of survivals for money making, technically speaking, since you can actually put it towards something else now, finally, instead of like basically buying back your ammo. Which actually might have not even been a thing when they last released the Cemetery Survival when it first initially released. That might have actually still not been a thing back then. So kind of huge for that, actually. Yeah. Also, apparently they made a change, by the way, with it as well. I don't know if it's intentional or not. I would assume it actually might not even be intentional. It might not even be it might not even be play tested or anything like that either, because like what the D what like the DJ zombies like slow you down and stuff, and snow already might slow you down and stuff. So like maybe it didn't play test it the greatest or something. I'm not really sure, but apparently nowadays for endless waves, if you go past like wave 10, you'll apparently now start to get the Kyle Perico survivals, like zombies in the Ludendorff Cemetery apparently now. Unless they made a change to it or something since I last watched anything about it, but yeah, Gilly Master actually made a video about it. Actually, he made like a video about like they made the Ludendorff Cemetery survival harder, and yeah, apparently they added the Kyle Perico zombies once you get the endless waves. Which I don't know if it could have something to do with the implementation of how they did it in like the creator or something, which I've actually not shown off yet technically because I've been kind of lacking time lately, but still. still. So yeah. At least aim for wave 10 obviously would be good. You could still get the outfit by the way, I believe, for reaching wave 10 or completing wave 10. I think it's probably completing wave 10 even. But yeah, there's an outfit you get for completing wave 10, which I did achieve off stream, I'm pretty sure. Same with the Kyle one. I wasn't like gonna do those well on stream, I'm pretty sure, so I went for them off stream, of course, for those outfits. Of course. I feel if you even get past a little bit of nanos waves, you might even max out on your money though. I'm not 100% on that, but yeah. Like honestly, by the time you get to nanos waves for the most part, honestly though, yeah, by the time you get to nanos waves for the most part, you probably get the money you get pretty much at that point, pretty much. Yes, nanos waves are probably more for fun than they are for money making, of course, for nanos waves anyway, so even with the change or without whatever. Yeah. And then apparently for Linton, there's UFO abduction, which is saying, which yes is saying, look out for UFOs hovering and abducting the unsuspecting. It's like even without the finale, you might be able to get abducted. Is maybe what this is saying. I'm not 100%, but still. Bro, yeah, fuck ass body, bro. Come on. So maybe you can get abducted by like a single UFO or like a couple few UFOs being available at a time or something, and maybe the activation for it is really the Howling Weather, and it doesn't necessarily have to be in the finale. I'm not really 100% certain on that, but yeah. So I think they were promoting the like UFOs appearing at all. I think like initially when one event week came out, but it didn't actually start till like Tuesday or something. So don't actually necessarily believe it just because it's on screen per se. Maybe I'll try and verify that though. Maybe. Assuming it's not the finale since I waited till Wednesday on purpose just in case. But from what I hear, it might start on the 30th, and today being the 29th. The finale might very much not be happening right now. It might be saved for the last event for like only the first few days. So yeah, I'll have to make myself do an earlier stream for sure on next event. For sure, I'll see if I can do that. Obviously, if not, then probably shouldn't bother for that stream. Then, to be honest. Like how the Newswire people haven't been bothering with like a Newswire for the most part since like the second for the main event. They did do a Newswire for the Krieger thing, but aside for that, there's no new Newswire, I believe, for the main event. So again, I'm having these GTA series videos to credit them for compiling the information. I believe they usually get the early access information on like a Wednesday usually, like around noon, for those that don't know. But again, as a reminder, the weaponized Tampa, if you do get it through the Vinewood Car Club or whatever it does, tend to have the upgrades already on it for like the missiles, the dual rotating machine gun, proximity mines, I presume as well, and then I assume there's a mortar on there, obviously. So again, it's most worth getting at the Vinyl Car Club, especially if you don't have the research for it. Albeit if you do have the research for all that stuff, then it could maybe just be worth buying on the website, maybe. Though maybe also has like a unique livery on it in the thing as well, maybe. So as a reminder, it is a vehicle that's actually more worth getting at the physical like place to see it than the actual website. Then yes, the actual website is my throat hernia shit tries to cause bullshit, of course. uh, do you want me to buy shark cards for some reason? Alright, yeah, this does indeed go till November 5th, apparently. But it will at least be at the Legendary Motorsport website. But it will always be available at Legendary Motorsport website where it's saying that they're discounted from the $2,875,000 price point all the way to the $0, apparently. And yeah, I think this released in what, Casino Resort, and it presumably wasn't reused, I believe, in the Casino Heist for like a trade price or anything. I don't believe so. I believe not. And it's also, at least for this one event, it's also available at the Luxury Auto Showroom, where we'll actually have some cosmetic upgrades applied, but you will have to pay for those upgrades as well. So for example, if it has like a livery, which is what you usually have to pay for when it comes to vehicles, like extra, it tends to make you pay for the livery at least. So if it costs something like 20, 30K, that's why it costs that much or something, because of a livery basically. So if you want like a cool themed one, then yeah, that's an option. I wonder if they're making it free because of like Freddy Krueger or something. Might be like a play on like a Halloween character, of course. So seems kind of weird they're making a free like really good supercar available. Yeah. What was it, like the last time they did a free vehicle like this kind of in a way where they advertised in like the newswire or like had a certain method of doing it for like their website or something, I forget. Might have been the 8F Drafter. Might have been the AF Drafter. Yes, the annoying throat hernia stuff though. Yeah, last time they might have done something huge for like a very publicly advertised free vehicle might have been like what the AF Drafter though. And that wasn't really a good one per se. So I assume they're doing it for like Halloween theme. Because it sounds similar to like Freddy Krueger or something. Is what the community is thinking and what I could even agree with as well, quite frankly, because it is kind of weird. It's not usual Rockstar fashion to do something like that, of course. Alright, but yeah, they confirmed this will actually be going on, by the way, for 2 weeks, not just one for the October 23rd to November 5th, so if you have been dying to play the mode again, obviously it is your 2 weeks to do that before it pretty much gets vaulted for probably like a whole another year, and by that point 6 might be out, so like might be the last time's worth playing it even pretty much. Where you really even can, obviously. Man, I swear though they need to use Ludendorff, like North Yankton, I feel. Like for a final DLC, I feel. Like maybe complete the map somehow or something. Or at least use the limited parts they have at least for like something like a heist or something for like a final update though. Because yeah, if this limited time mode is the only time they ever use the thing of fishy in the online mode, and that's honestly kind of pretty pathetic. If that's the only time they want to use the Northampton map in the online component, I feel. it would be fun if they had you like do a heist on that same like area, whatever, from the prologue or something for like a Michael DLC or something. For any reason. Or for any reason. Alright, and then here's just kind of your introductory thing for like the October 2nd newswire, I guess, that they've kind of been reusing basically for the whole month. Yeah, discount spooky vehicles, I think, is yet another one they pretty much have been having for like the longest time now, basically. So maybe for a quick overview of my throat hernia bullshit. That's me, of course. Fucking. The LCC Liberty City Cycle Sanctus for motorcycles class, apparently. Looks to be 21st place for a lap time. By the way, it's an extra classes. It's an extra classes for roughly 152 spreadsheet, so there's no letter tier, but yeah. For this particular one, but yeah, 21st place lap time. 32nd place top speed, apparently. And that's out of 56 motorcycles, 55 without HSW, basically. So only one that's exclusive to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC, and I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. So it is below average for its class for top speed, but it is obviously above average for a lap time, but it is still in like 20th place at like best, which is not amazing. Obviously, it's really just for the theme. It is more chopper based, not really sport bike based, obviously. So don't really think anybody expected to be all that groundbreaking. Really, honestly. Alright, then going to the main list of vehicles now, where things will have a letter tier and stuff, pretty much. Only Lurcher. Albany Lurcher, yes, as a reminder from before. It's apparently at the bottom of the H tier, which gives it 60th place lap time as well as 37th place top speed. And that's out of like at most 88 muscle cars. I think there's like 5 HSWs, so that'll be like 83 on the legacy platforms. on the legacy platforms. So it is very much below average for lap time, but it's above average actually for the top speed, no matter what platform you're on as well. It looks like. But doesn't matter too much. It doesn't really get past like the 30s for top speed, which isn't necessarily going to be the most impressive anyways. So again, mostly just for the theme. Then into sports classics, into sport classics singular, or into sports classic. I just say it differently usually because I go off the spreadsheet, obviously. Usually. For the Albany Frankenstein, whatever. Apparently it's the top of the K tier, apparently for the sports classics class. Giving it 34th place lap time. And 32nd place top speed. And there is a total of 50 or 48 if you're on the legacy platforms, I believe, with 2 HSWs, of course, being taken off. So it's in the 30s for both, which means it's below average for both metrics. That one especially is for theme. It doesn't actually have a good metric for either lap time top speed for its class. And same probably with that final one under the Chariot Romero Hearse for the sedan class, which there's no sedan HSWs that will actually be the same performance regardless of platform, by the way, on that one, for the last one. On this list here, Yes. Sure, Amira Hurst apparently though for yes, the sedan class is apparently at the bottom of the J tier, which gives it 36th place and then 38th place for lap time top speed respectively. And that is out of 41 sedans, no matter what. So yeah, obviously, especially being a day one vehicle, doesn't perform the greatest. Cherokee Hurst was a thing since the first day of the game, coming out September 17th, 2013. And also was available actually in other GTA games as well, unlike the other three, which I think they beat it online. Of course, the Romero Hearts has been something I think since like maybe 3D Universe or something at least. Alright, from there it just looks like the day one, like the other stuff for the Money Friends DLC, like the main DLC, that's not the Festive Halloween content. So that should have been it, the cover for the what's new section for like whatever other menu obviously that I have to go in nowadays, of course. But yeah, in the get started section, no basics of GTA 9, what's new, is what I mean to say, of course. Yeah, pretty much I went through the entirety of the Plus subscription for the other non-vehicle stuff, obviously, when it first came out, so yeah, for it to like, what was it, like the October 9th event, I believe it would have been, basically, whenever that was, obviously, basically. Yeah, I'm still on my invite only lobby, like I usually do, so that's what I'm doing here, basically. Basically, that's what I'm doing here, of course, going to the invite only, of course, I can have my own lobby, basically. So on my streams, I'll just simply go over the information for the news wires and stuff. In my own, like, ways and means, basically. Which, of course, used to be much easier to do, but of course it was turning bullshit. More and more annoying to do, but I still power through and do it anyways. Alright, so this pop-up is important up there. Yeah, the peyote plants actually came out again.
What do you need, boss?
And yeah, there's different allowed in here, by the way. So Halloween weather is alive as well. That's some changes, basically. Alright, 7 days left, so I believe that means the last event actually should be the last one for the weaponized Tampa and all that kind of stuff for the current benefits. Stop saying again, I'm doing this on the last day of Wednesday, just in case, like, it was worth waiting again, like other times. Mask unlocked, the white vintage vampire, apparently, for a login reward, it looks like. Oh yeah, by the way, the brown vintage werewolf mask I think was the reward for the thing last time. I think for the weekly challenge or whatever the last one required. I believe for the Bonwood Undead. I just didn't end up showing it off. I think last stream. I think. Oh, and also, my 10-ish hour stream ended randomly. By the way, I was waiting for Jay North to show up, but he didn't actually show up because either my internet went off or like somebody reset the internet in my fucking house all rudely as fuck or something. So he didn't actually show up. But yeah, Jay North obviously showed up as the final ghost. I was waiting for that, but internet went out or something, unfortunately, so I didn't get to show it on stream. So just as a So yes, just as a reminder, that's why I was pretty much there at the end of the last stream, even if he didn't show up on the stream. So I was trying to wait for midnight for him to show up, but of course, some retard in the family decided to fucking reset the internet or something over their fucking Call of Duty or some bullshit. So I'm sorry though, if the Call of Duty Online's fucking ass, it's probably the fucking game, not the fucking goddamn internet itself pretty much, but still. Alright, technically I'm supposed to have the Gears, the XL, I believe. Jesus fucking Christ, fucking Ernie, let me speak, god damn it, man. But
I'm on the clock. What you want? Some wheels?
Eclipse Boulevard Garage, Eclipse Boulevard Garage, whatever. It's one of the ones. Is it B3 for some reason? Alright, yes, it is. Okay, I did remember the exact 4 apparently as well.
I'll bring it by.
Alright, plus promotion, it looked like whatever. Actually, I don't really care to do that. I don't really do the GPS route to that with it being so close to the hands-on car wash, of course. Of course, I would spawn there directly if you even could, but you cannot spawn there directly. I believe there's no bed in that one. I believe just the hands-on car wash, I believe. Yeah, I finally get to have the Halloween weather sides for the glitched Halloween weather having the story mode, which is cool, which is cool. Which, yeah, that one I think has a tendency to disappear as well, if I recall, so it's not even permanent either, of course, unfortunately. I think it was just how the glitch worked, unfortunately, that people just weren't really covering that or something. Yeah. I definitely believe I was on the Annihilator last time, I believe, so I should be on the Swift Classic, which I've never shown off on stream, I'm pretty sure yet. Much all really. Yeah, I definitely swear I was on the Annihilator last time. Surely. For the non-personal, for my non-personal Annihilator I was on last time. For the Pegasus Odyssey. Just Odyssey. Haven't been in the Swift in like forever, so that's cool, I guess. Haven't really had a reason to be in the Swift for like so many years at this point, of course, but still. Has some lights you can adjust on there as well, which is cool. But yes. Come on, you fuck-ass rover and shit. Knock it off, dude. Come on. Start having this like every stream anymore. For we weren't having it on occasion before, dude. What's going on with your ass? Still. But anyways, the Swift has been a returning vehicle from the Baltic Tony. I believe like the Buzzer attack chopper, so it's a cool vehicle from the Grand Theft Auto 4 Baltic Tony episodic like DLC thing they did back in the day or whatever. LS Tours 4 looks like for day Wednesday year this time around looks to be LS Tours 4 I guess for day Wednesday year this time around looks to be Cow, Mountain Lion, and Great Cormorant. Cow you should find in like the Cow, yes, you should find in the like Grapeseed Farm area or whatever, I believe. Mountain Lion, as the name suggests, should be found around mountains, of course, like Vinewood Hill areas, you might find that. yes, areas around the Vinewood Hills, you might find that. Chiliad Mountain State Wilderness, Mount Chiliad, all that other kind of stuff, of course, something like Gordo and stuff as well, I guess. And honestly, for Great Cormorant, I'm not really quite sure on that one. Birds are pretty forgettable. Birds are honestly pretty forgettable for me where they spawn, so I'm not 100% on that. So honestly, I feel this one's kind of a skip, to be honest. Honestly, I do feel that one's kind of a skip. But if you care that much to find out, then I'll just look it up or something. But it's always that dread Great Cormorant or like some other kind of interesting bird like that tends to throw off the whole thing, I feel. God, what the fuck though? Come on, you know, body, bro. Christ. Will be a bit as I try to deal with this a little more, just for no results, or just briefly, just for nothingness again. Alright, crystal meth, whatever. Don't really care, honestly, but still. Like, I don't get those every single stream I do nowadays, but still. But yeah, now is the time I usually go over regular time trials and stuff, so regular time trial is LSI 2, apparently, the successor to LSI from, like, the initial batch added in, like, the Heist DLC, I believe. I believe this continuity one should have been added in like Damascene Resort DLC. I believe was the last time you had like the traditional time trials. I believe. So. If you have done the first LSI one if yes, you have done the first LSI time trial like for quite some times, you might have a good advantage on like the second LSI. It might be a pretty similar one, at least, kind of. Now, airport of course does have good highway access. I think that they usually kind of do, at least for a little bit, anyways. Then maybe like altogether it might even. So at least initially it might be able to be a top speed focused one, at least for the first moments of it anyways. And it sounds like that one actually goes over to the Galileo Park, which I think is, this over here, like by the G's Cash right now, I believe, for example. So actually, if it does go over to Galileo Observatory, you most definitely will want lap time over top speed, I think. I think yes, you will want lap time if it's going over to the Galileo Observatory over the top speed, honestly. I think would probably be more worth it, of course. Even if there maybe is a top speed advantage for like the first half, I think overall, if it goes down with hills, you're definitely going to want lap time. You're definitely going to want lap time instead. And then, yeah, for regular time trials, I pretty much recommend, for the most part, use, like, motorcycles, and if not motorcycles, then I'd recommend either a sports car or a supercar, if not a motorcycle. Reason being is, what I'll go through basically when I go over the HSW time trials, I think will be more apparent for why I recommend those three classes in particular. And then, also, regular time trials I think stay the same the whole week for whatever reason. However, I think there is a daily 50k payout, I think, for it though. So payout-wise, I think it works the same as the RCB and Dado and the Junk Energy time trials where it pays like 50k a day, but I think it stays the same for some reason each day of the week. I think when they first came out with San Andreas Mercenaries, which was, I think San Andreas Mercenaries, yes, was the last update I think that changed any of the time trials much in terms of how they work out. I think when they first came out with San Andreas Mercenaries, it actually would change each day, but I guess they got tired of changing it or something, so it just doesn't change each day, but I think there is probably a daily 50k payout, I believe, if you want to do it, like, one time a day or something, for each day of the event week. And then, RC Bandito time trial for day of Wednesday here looks to be the Little Soul Park. Probably one of the ones I've been covering lately. Probably. Because usually on a single day for junk. No. On this, and I think to be for also junk energy, since I think there's like 15 people, I think it shuttles between two on a single day usually. So on Wednesday there's usually like two different ones. Alright, nothing's... Oh, okay, yeah, there's a spawn. Okay, I thought I was hearing something. Slasher in the casino parking lot, I guess. Okay. Hey, why am I getting a one level? Just because I'm shooting near the casino? Wait, is this a doppelganger or something? Yeah, it's my doppelganger, okay. I was like, why the fuck it's staying still as fuck, though? I was like, why the fuck is it staying like hella still? But yeah, okay, it's doppelganger one, okay. Bro, sorry, I was just killing myself, I guess. Kinda. Gotta hide over here, I guess. God, this has really slowed things down, hasn't it? Hasn't it? But either way, it's cool. Let's see the doppelganger slasher, of course. I like that. Our agency's at 20k right now, okay. Let's have a whole casino run around, and if they're dumb enough, I might actually lose them this way. Maybe. Alright, got it. Cool. Awesome. Easy.
Why haven't we heard?
Bruh. Nice time on the call, Ron. Come on. Absolutely atrocious time on your phone call. I mean, accepted, but I was kind of like jumping, like hopping, like fences and shit. Fucking, so of course it happened. Of course it happened. Oh gee, I almost ran into that guy. Actually, I feel. Perhaps my fuck, I started being a bitch, and then also like the weather. It's darker, of course, with the weather and stuff. In some ways, of course. Anyways, back on topic, I did realize, like, some sound effects, I think, so I unpaused, and sure enough, there was the doppelganger slasher. Sure enough, there was, yes, the doppelganger slasher. Because, yeah, I was hearing some sound effects, and sure enough, I apparently was. Right, and there was a slasher out there. And it was actually the doppelganger one, not, like, one of the more traditional ones. But yeah, Little Soul Park, again, is the RC Bandito time trial. Is yes, the RC Bandito time trial for day Wednesday. As the name, yes, does suggest, you can only use the one vehicle of the RC Bandito. So because of that, you have to learn the turns and corners instead to do good in it, rather than worry about purely just vehicle advice for the most part, and just use the vehicle good enough, of course. So, obviously, either you could watch a guide for that, obviously, to try to look up some information on how to do it effectively, or just simply do respawn mechanic through like triangle, Y on Xbox, whatever key on PC. Doing those allow you to respawn, and you can just naturally learn to respawn, or not. You can naturally learn how to do the turns and corners just playing yourself, I guess, obviously, which would probably be the better way to do it, since that would be the easier way to remember, rather than just relying on a guide and have to look it up each time it's available again. Plus, even if you do a guide, there's a chance you might mess up and have to respawn anyways, so yeah, just recommend learning how to do turns and corners yourself with the RC Bandito, of course. And then onto the weekly HSW time trial this time around. Looks to be HSW run alternates. Okay. So this time trial, the HSW one, there is a huge strat at the beginning where you can obviously, if you line it up correctly, you can actually land on like, this is the train tracks, I'm pretty sure, actually right here. If you do it right, you can go over here above the train tracks or past the train tracks. But yes, if you do it right, you can go past the train tracks onto this road. I think you can save a lot of time versus going through here, I think. which is a lot more out the way to do, I feel, but if you do it right. Even though it does take some tries, I think, to do it usually, unless you're on like the HSW Hot Drag, where it might be a lot more guaranteed. Yeah, that's a nice time save, I think, at the beginning. For the most part, I think after that, it's mostly just the GPS route, I think, from there, though. From there, I think you just mostly do GPS route after that, though. Just be aware the game does have a tendency of, like, being trippy with the GPS route, I think, around your... Just be aware, yeah, the game does like to be trippy, I think, with the GPS route, like, with all the roads on the highway, though, so... Just remember, obviously, to, like... kind of just know where you're going, of course, before the GPS route gets all trippy around here, and you should have no problem. I think it's this road you take, I believe, is what you should be taking for the GPS route. I think after that, it's pretty much all straightforward, just do the GPS route, just... Whoa, okay, yeah, lightning now. It's looking orange now, so it might, it's kind of dispersing or something. But yes, after the trippiness of the after the trippiness of that GPS route, obviously just do the GPS route from here, and it should be pretty much good. Should be understandable after that, what you're pretty much doing at that point, basically. Alright. Weed Kush apparently. Whatever. Alright, so yeah, that was the route I was talking about, by the way, for the HSW town trail. Not done here yet. Not done here yet, though, of course. So, as you may notice, there's no part-time actually on the screen, as there usually is. And that's because for these, you have to actually be in an HSW vehicle to get the part-time, so... Yes, since I'm not in one right now, I don't have a part-time. So there's a Class C, a Class B, a Class A, technically speaking, when it comes to HSW subclasses or something. Class C basically is ironically two classes that start with C, which is the compacts and coupes. The only compact is the HSW for so RA for the HSWs. And then for coupe, there's two of those, being the HSW Mach Sentinel XS, I believe, and the HSW Euros X32, X32, X42. Those make up your Class C for those three particular ones, basically. Those three particular ones, yes, make up your Class C. Then Class B. Class B. You have muscle car, SUV, sports classics, and I believe off-road is in there as well. Fully believe, yes, off-road's in there as well. Compacts, I think, came out in the initial drip beat, I think, for the 9th-gen version of the game, even if it wasn't 9th-gen version of the game on day one, I believe, for compacts for the base RA. But yeah, it's common, it is commonly known that one is Class C, I believe, regardless, though. But yes, I think when they added off-road with Sandra's Mercenaries DLC, finally, I believe it got put in Class B, I believe. But it's definitely muscle car, SUV, sports classics, and probably off-road as well. Of course, there, of course. And then Class A is your sports, supers, motorcycles, which is why I was mentioning those for the regular time trial. It's because those are pretty much your top classes of the game. It's because yes, sports, supers, and motorcycles are your top classes of the game, basically for your HSW, so obviously those are pretty much your top ones for regular time trials as well, of course. And yeah, I did not mention each vehicle for Class B, Class A, by the way, since there's like 10 plus of them for those, compared to Class C only having like 3 of them, so that's why I just mentioned the classes from there. And then for your 2 newest options, if you're looking for like a new option to do that's only just been available in like the last update. The 2 new ones for that update were the HSW Woodlander for money runs, of course. Which sadly I think is like 3rd place in lap time, which I think even the Kniss Cascadator for non-HSW I think performs better lap time wise than the Woodlander, I believe. Just goes to show how not so impressive it is for a lap time, unfortunately, for that one. And then top speed even was 2nd place just behind the Z Rally, I believe. So sadly that one wasn't really too revolutionary anywhere, I would say. And then your other new one for the update was the Tampa GT for muscle car class. The SUV got brought to 4, I think, with the Woodlander, and then muscle car got brought to 5, I believe, with the Tampa GT. Ironically, I think the Tampa GT actually has the worst of the lap time of any of the 27 HSW vehicles in the game, I believe, if I recall right. And is obviously done the bottom of the muscle car class in particular. Between the 5 muscle cars, it's worse for the lap time for HSW in particular. However, though, it's a whole different story for top speed, where it's actually overall, I believe, the best top speed, at least for HSW. At least for HSW, it's for best overall. I think even land vehicles in general, I think it might even be the best land vehicle in general, I believe. Even if you include like non-HSW, like rocket boost and stuff as well, I believe. Where the only 2 vehicles apparently ahead of it are the Banshee GTS, I believe, from last of the Agent Sabotage, and then the Italia GTO Stinger TT for the Dangerous Mercenaries DLC, I believe, for HSW. For those 2 vehicles above it, I believe, are the only 2 sport car ones like above it. So literally, there's only 2 sport cars that have a better top speed. Literally, there's only 2 sport cars that have a better top speed than the new Tampa GT. So yeah, 3rd best overall, I believe, for HSW at least. And it is actually the number 1 top speed when it comes to muscle car class for the Tampa GT. So that is a very good new option in certain ways. It is in certain ways like the best new option of the Money Runs DLC for the 2 new HSW vehicles, at least. In some ways, best muscle car in the game now. In a way now. Okay. And then Junk Energy time trial. And then, yes, Junk Energy time trial, whatever that is. That's what I'm looking for now, of course. Oh, and if I didn't mention it's a weekly time trial, I think I did mention it's weekly. And then the payout's like 250-ish K because it's weekly, and so like 50K each day, which technically would give you more than 250K, but 250k is what they want to pay you, obviously, for the HSW time trial, basically. Alright, there's junk energy, okay. Yes, junk energy, time trial for day 1, so here, let's be Alberto Heights. It's down around here. So cool. But yeah, honestly, for chunk energy in particular, it's kind of similar to RCP data, by the way, where it is, yes, kind of similar to RCP data, by the way, where you have like 1 or 2 vehicles you can use. Technically 2, I guess, since you have the regular inductor and the junk energy inductor you can use. They give you the junk energy, but I think if you bring your own regular inductor, you can use the like more traditional one as well if you wanted to, but you cannot use 2013 bicycles from like day 1 of the game. You only can use ones from like a decade later, basically, that came with like the curves boost feature, basically. I know technically it was less than a decade by a little bit, but still, my point still stands. Like, you can't use like the BMX or any of that, basically. You cannot use BMX or like any of the day 1 bicycles, so. Alright, but yeah, honestly, for these, as long as you don't fall off the bicycle, go where you need to go, maximize on the curves boost. I find they're pretty easy to do for the most part. If not, then look up a video guide. For some reason, that does not help. So again, my strategy would be, don't fall off, obviously, go where you need to go, maximize on the curves boost, and should have no problem to do it, basically. Alright, so that should do that. I think now I can cover the premium race, basically. Alright, so premium race for the event apparently is for the motorcycles class. So I would pay attention to this as well for regular time trial, possibly. For any regular time trial, as a matter of fact, since it tends to be the best class as long as you're good with a motorcycle, basically. Or decent enough of one, of course. I find from experience. So obviously on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC enhanced, for the most part, it's actually the HSW Hotshot Drag that's actually the best one in general, at least for lap time it is. Apparently it's actually not for top speed though, as I'll kind of mention, I believe, though. So yeah, for that I have to go into extra classes, I believe, of course, being a motorcycle, like I did for the Synctus. Yes. So on legacy platforms, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, and Legacy, since you will not obviously have access to HSW Hotshot Drag, Power Surge actually ends up being better for that. It looks like being an electric motorcycle, apparently it's second place in lap time. Even though it's like electric, it is a top 10 as well for top speed, apparently, there, so Power Surge pretty good. Like all-rounder, it kind of looks like, and it could even have acceleration benefit as well for Power Surge being electric technically, so overall it's a very good option, it looks like. Now, unsurprisingly, with how good the regular Hotshot Drag is, the regular Hotshot Drag is like second best option to use, basically. Apparently, and again, there's no letter to yours, so that's why I'm kind of saying it certain ways I am for motorcycles. Going on roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet, of course. And then you have the Nagasaki Shotaro, the Tron bike, basically. As their like third best option there, basically. Which is apparently the only one that's not a top 10, like top speed, so more so the ones above it maybe might be better. And then yeah, if you want another good top speed option, it's actually better than the HSW Hotshot Drag, I believe. Yeah, according to the spreadsheet, it is. You have the Western Reaver from the Contract DLC. That's actually your best top speed option to use. And I think it has something to do with like a rear wheel bug. I think it has something to do with some rear wheel kind of like bug that's in the game or something with that vehicle or something. I think there's other vehicles that have something like that too, with certain like rims or something, but I think the Reaver always has it from what I've heard, at least for whatever reason, which makes its top speed really ridiculously insane. So much so that it's been past the HSW Outlaw Drag for top speed. So it even is actually worth using Western Reaver in a top speed situation for the PlayStation 5, especially with such PC and NES versions as well, apparently, over the HSW Hotshot Drag. In terms of top speed in particular, of course, which top speed, to be fair, is pretty niche, so most times you still want to run the HSW most. Of course, top speed, like I said, is pretty niche, so most times you actually will want to run the HSW Hotshot Drag instead, though. So. And then, yeah, I believe you have like the Manchester Scout, it's very good for top speed, as well as the BF400, I want to say, is the other two, like below, like the Reaver and the HSW Hotshot Drag, I believe. Yeah, the Manchester Scout is below the Reaver HSW Hotshot Drag. And then, yeah, the other one is definitely the BF400. Yeah, okay. So those are a couple other top speed options in particular for the Manchester Scout and the BF400. You want to use those for top speed in particular. So obviously on newer platforms you want to use HSW Hotshot Drag. Otherwise, the Power Surge, the regular Hotshot Drag, or the Shotaro for a lap time. For PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy. Otherwise, regardless of platform, you might want to use Western Reaver for top speed, and then it's the Manchester Scout and the BF400 as runner-up top speed options on your Legacy platforms. As a reminder. To maybe say it more close together, obviously. So I was just fucking starting to mess shit up for me anymore. And yeah, I believe the Hotshot Drag you have to do forward on the stick for. Well, I believe for Hotshot Drag you have to do forward on the stick for your best possible speed. Similar to ATV, I believe, like the Hotshot Drag, where you have to do forward on the stick if you want to maximize on your speed. Same with the Nightblade, I think, as well, by the way, even though it's not really competitive, really, for the most part. Power Surge into Shotaro, I think you can do either forward or backward on the stick for the best possible speed. I think, yeah, the Power Surge into Shotaro, I think you can do either forward or backward on that, like, stick, I believe, for the best possible speed for whatever reason, not really sure why, but still. And then the Reaver, like, all your other top speed options, I think you have to do backward on the stick if you're trying to maximize on your speed. If you're trying to maximize on your speed, you have to do backward on the stick like you're doing a wheelie compared to like a stoppie or either one, like two of the ones I mentioned, of course, earlier. But yeah, most motorcycles you do backward on the stick, like you're doing a wheel for best possible speed. But yeah, obviously there are a few exceptions that are all pretty good. Ironically, in the class as well, I believe. Oh, and I'm not done with that yet. My bad. Smuggler plane, I don't really care for that. I actually liked the smuggler plane being they had in like the 7th gen version more than this one actually, where you had to like take down the planes, like the plane take down whatever from Trevor. That was very, very short-lived. That was sadly very short-lived, unfortunately. Well, what the fuck? The explosion? What the fuck? Planes maybe do randomly explode or something, but like, I don't think smuggler plane usually does. It's like a prop or something, no one knows. So I'm not sure what that exactly was, but okay.
Some of us have to work for a living.
Okay. But anyways. Sorry, man, this fucker was broken and bullshit being a bitch, but yes, yeah. So yeah, what is lap time? What is top speed for those not familiar with the game or something? Lap time, again, your more important metric by a huge margin, apparently, is your turns and corners, basically. So most courses will have turns and corners, so therefore you do want your lap time for the most part. Top speed, on the other hand, is a lot more niche, being like your highways, airport runways, yes, airport runways, and airstrips, including like the newer Tonga Hill ones from like last update. Last update introduced that one, obviously. And then obviously you have your Grand North Desert and like your Grapeseed for the airstrips. So yeah, not a lot of areas prioritizing top speed, like getting a maximum speed basically, but they do exist, obviously. And yeah, it is worth noting, I think it's always a city course for the premium races in particular, I believe, contrary to the image that would make you think otherwise, I think. Alright, and then, how do you know what the race course is going to be if I'm not going over actual race course? You can do square for start job, X on Xbox, or key on PC, as you can see in the bottom right rectangle. When you do that, it will take you into the actual race. When you do that, yes, it will take you into the actual race for the lobby screen at least. From there, you can actually see what the name of the race is called, but if you do square, X and Xbox for key on PC once again, it should show you the map of the race as well, so you can analyze for lap time top speed. If for some reason you forget to do it there, you can also do it when you choose a vehicle. When you choose a vehicle, yeah, I believe you can also like check on the maps for the lap time top speed. I've seen it works that way, so you can obviously, if you look at a certain vehicle, you might be able to get a picture of what it performs like in a way, if you remember as you choose them or something. I assume is why they let you do that there too. If you And I think that should cover it, I believe.
What's up, buddy?
Alright,
How's the
somehow,
gorgeous?
right before an hour and 20 minutes, despite this fuck-ass stream bullshit, somehow.
At this rate.
Yeah, the funny thing is, did Dream guy in her head?
So, it looks like it's the Vapid Dumber ASP, it looks like, when it comes to the voting vehicle. That's 100% the Dumber ASP, and the tuner subclass. Best of the two muscle cars, I believe, in the, like, muscle car, like, tuner subclass, whatever. There's the GTT as well. There is just Dumber GTT as well, but it's the worst of those two, I believe. And also, I think they recently added a lock-on jammer support for it as well. So I think recently they also put a lock-on jammer as the latest update, I believe. Which does help it out in free mode, of course. Which of course does help it out in free mode against, like, Reapers and stuff. Alright, that was a kind of grandpa spin there, not gonna lie. But I hear it's just rigged as fuck anyways, no matter how you spin it. So, like, might not really matter, actually. Hey, I got 15,000 chips. Let's go. Not the spin I was expecting, quite frankly, but I'll happily take it. Wow, okay, this turret's pretty cool, actually, going over a hill. We have 1,000 visitor bonus and the, like, 15,000 there, or 16,000 more, got 1,597,000. 939 chips, but yes, 1,597,939 chips. Pretty sure I said it right there. It's the second time, especially, I would think. Alright, LGT, apparently ID business, talking unfortunately, whatever. Alright, so that one, I believe is actually on the Southern Cinders Bravo's website. Two-door, obviously, since pretty much almost every tuner is a two-door, sides for the Tailgater S, and I don't know if like a new one came out recently in this update, like the Hardy or something, it might be four-door as well. I'm not so sure on that, to be fair, but still. Alright, a little preview at some discounts, it looks like. I'll get to those, obviously, when it's more fitting for me. So yes, again, that should be definitely 100%. It's the Vapid Dumber ASP. I'll check on the YouTube community post though again, like, before I go any further though. So I'll get on that, like, ASAP right now, I guess. Okay. Yeah, podium vehicle is indeed the Vapid Dumber ASP, apparently. So it is a muscle car one, so it actually does perform in its main class pretty well. Ironically, compared to sport car ones, which usually only perform good for the tuner subclass. So it can perform good there, so I will go over that performance for sure on this one, I think, as well. Which I don't know if I do that all the time for sport tuners, but I might be doing that for this one. So on a trade price, at least, it is $1,331,250. If you have buy it now price, it will obviously just be more expensive, maybe closer to like $2 million if it's buy it now or something. something. I don't know the exact amount, obviously, of that on top of my head, but nor do I care to look it up, obviously, but yeah. Yes. By the way, to get the trade price for the vehicle, it's tied to rank 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. It's one of those 15, like, ranks, I believe. Yeah, one of those 15 ranks I think gets you the trade prize for the Montgomery ASP, since it was from the initial, like, Los Santos Tuners DLC. 80 and 85 are used as well, I believe, for the Criminal Enterprise DLC ones, and then I think from there, that's basically it. But again, it's between 5 and 75, like, between intervals of 5, between like 5 and 75, basically, for your car meet reputation. One of those gets you the trade price for the Domir ASP. So that's how you get it for those who still need it for some reason, and you don't end up being the podium vehicle. But yes. Like I said, I think just this update they added missile lock on Jamer, so that is a thing you can do now for like 400k or whatever EG is. If you modify that in the agency or the paid like plus subscription property advance, the only other option there. So the only free property option I think is the agency for that, of course. As long as you like free to play, I mean, of course, more so than actually free, obviously. But, yeah. So in terms of tuner subclass, this actually was pretty average, I would say. This, if I remember, tongue twister, yes, bro. Come on. But yes. If I do remember correctly, this actually was pretty average for the class, if I recall right, for the Street Pursuit races, even, believe it or not. However, since they keep adding like newer kind of good options now, I feel in the last couple updates or something, because the agent sabotage had like the new best lap time option, obviously, if the, what was it called again, the LSCM Jester RR, the Dinka LSCM Jester RR, I think it's the new name they give it with this update that didn't even happen like the last update, I believe. That became the new like best option basically for lap time, so it obviously would have took a hit from that. And then this update even added like 2 new ones, where I think last time only had like 1 new tuner subcost option. Cause yeah, there's the LSCM Cheetah Classic. But yeah, the LSCM like Grotti Cheetah Classic, whatever I think is the proper name. I think. God, I'm not sure since they changed kind of the name. I mean, scheme of it in just one update, basically. But I think that's right. But yeah, that one might not have been the most revolutionary, albeit it was the first sports classics I think added to the like tuner subclass, I believe. Wasn't exactly necessarily the most revolutionary, if I recall, for a lap time though. I could be wrong though, but still. And then top speed, Dennis Hardy actually took the #1 spot for the top speed in this update, I believe, for Dennis Hardy though. So lap time and top speed #1s have changed, so it definitely did take a hit in single placement for each. So since already it was just like average at best, maybe not so great to use anymore for the Street Pursuit races as like the last couple updates, honestly. Yeah. It does have rear louvers put in the back of it though, so it is a solid option for the Robbie contracts. It is a pretty solid option though, since you can put like rear louvers on the back to protect from gunfire in the back window though for the Robbie contracts though, They're pretty solid for Robbie contracts. However, though, the Jester RR does exist, and it's #1 top speed. I think that you can actually use in the Robbie contracts. I don't think you can actually use the newer options in the Robbie contracts, from what I've heard. From what I sadly have heard, you cannot use newer options in the Robbie contracts for whatever reason. So I think that just RR still is king, I believe, for the robot contracts for top speed. And the fact it also has rollovers on the back, I believe, so it is replaceable with like just RR, but again, it's still a solid option for robot contracts, so I think it is a nice option to have. Just to deviate away from the huge like sports class being the one that has the most vehicles for the tuner subclass. Obviously, it is a nice way to deviate away from sports class for tuner subclass at least. But yes. So that's pretty much talking about the tuner subclass for the Street Pursuit race rapid contract potential it has. Basically. Yeah. Check my stream actually right now, just be sure things are going fine. Just because I want to, I guess. Yeah, stream's still going good. Okay, good. So yeah, going into the lap time top speeds race tiers, like the main section of the spreadsheet now, instead of extra costs from the motorcycles costs from earlier, for the cream race, obviously. This one still holds up kind of well, if I recall right. Could be wrong though, it might be kind of getting the throne with the Team GT and stuff now, of course, for HSW version of it, of course, but still. Alright, yeah, down here SP. It is actually out of S tier, it looks like, but... And it wasn't because of this update, I don't think it was because of this update, because again, Team GT is not great for lap time, basically. But yeah, down here SP is apparently the top of the A tier. It is. Yes, bro, come on. Yes. Down here ESP is apparently at the top of the A tier for the muscle car class, giving it a 7th place for lap time, as well as a 22nd place top speed. It would actually be in the 10s for top speed for sure without HSW, but would still be like past top 10. It's not really impressive for top speed per se, in a sense, of course. But 7th place even with HSW into account is pretty good. And there's free HSW of the 5 HSWs above it apparently for lap time, so it would even be able to go up to like 4th place for lap time if it weren't for HSW. For your legacy platforms of PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, and Legacy. So it is pretty good. It is pretty good for the muscle car class. Just for the lap time alone, it's pretty good. And yeah, of course, the missile lock-on chamber. Again, I think that was this update, not Agent Sabotage. I think it was just this update to add it to the pool of missile lock-on chamber vehicles that you can do for the agency. I'll check, I guess, and my Google Chrome here, kind of quick here. Yes. Dominator ESP, yeah, just this update got the lock-on chamber. It wasn't even available last update, just this update got lock-on chamber potential, so if you haven't took it for a spin in a while, it might be a good time to get a lock-on chamber for it for some reason. But yeah, not the greatest top speed muscle car or something, so it definitely could probably be used before the lock-on chamber. In this largest besides for the fact it just pulls up in one rocket, honestly. It's not the greatest lock-on jammer option, but it is a fine option for a lock-on jammer. It's probably not the worst option out there, I have to imagine, for a lock-on jammer. Surely not. We are not in the city yet, it looks like for UFOs, so yeah, it's probably not the final phase. We're in the city and everything, I believe, and it's like kind of like in the wild zone and stuff. Again, I think that starts tomorrow on the 30th. For next event, debut, next event for the first few days of it, basically. but not the whole week, basically, as well. So it wants me to do the stash houses, so I guess I will do that now, basically. So I don't have to go have to wait for it later. So it's kind of on the way to the... Oh, it's a cart meet, so I figure I might as well just do it, I guess. That's right, I did use aiming for the screen earlier when it came to the slasher, basically. I'll still use it here just because I really enjoyed it. Alright, I thought I was doing a slasher again, but nope, I don't think so, don't think so. Yes, I really do enjoy the Strickler, so I will use it for this anyways, even though the assault shotgun is obviously the best option for interiors, basically.
Hey, the retard over there! Where you gonna go? Retard!
That's it. Nowhere to escape now.
See if I can shoot this guy from here. Alright, dude, hey. Dude, it's half health now. Or even less. Oh, I'm in red health even, oh shit.
Yeah!
I don't have to. Maybe be a little careful, actually. Ah, I shot your foot, bitch. Die, no.
You cocksucker!
Die, fucker. Didn't take a light on you, or just did body shots till you died, or something. 77, 79, 73, apparently. Okay. All in the 70s, interestingly. A little out the way, not at least in this pack that middle for each number or anything. Fun set of numbers, though. Went a couple past with the analog, though. No. Whatever. Man. Difficult to get exactly on it when you're using analog, though. Ooh, I got round 73 with it, though. How, that's cool. Cool. Obviously, if I used D-pad, it would probably be a lot easier to be right on the number, though. But still. It's kind of a fun game I like to play with it, since I do in each stream, basically. Alright, see what I can get here, if anything. I got bunker last time, so like... I don't know if everything's pretty much complete or not at this point, or not. I did get bunker for a while, and I thought everything was complete, so... Somehow I probably will, since it still needs filling, honestly, so it's probably not all done yet. I could be wrong, though. Of course, I shooting up when I swift, of course. And it sounds all different and everything, of course. Bunker again, okay. So is this somehow the only thing left? I'm not sure. I bought that last time again, but it went back to like biker businesses eventually after like going on a streak of bunker though, if I recall right. So not really sure, to be honest. And yeah, I don't really care for that. I do not really care for Madrasa hits anymore, so I'm not going to do that though. Oh, right, I need to go this way. I'm going the wrong way, apparently. I didn't really go out the way for the Smash House still. I think it was just kind of on the way. I do not think I went all the way for the Stash House still. Yes, indeed, I do not think I went all the way for the Stash House. I mean, it's pretty much on the way anyways, though. So I definitely would have been doing that. Alright, here apparently you have the Bachi Masako race car, or the Benefactor Peltzer, as well as the and get Jester Race Car. Interesting lineup because none of these are actually on exclusive, so they're not really the most ideal to pick up for any of these actually. Soccer Race Car and by extension actually the Jester Race Car as well were both added in the Festive Surprise 2014 DLC, which were both vehicles that made it into story mode, of course, since that was a 2014 DLC, and those all made it to single player, basically. As for the Vulture, that was available literally day one of the game for single player and online, so yeah. I don't really think these are the most worth purchasing right off the bat, just to be aware of that. Yeah, at most, these are probably all like a couple $100,000, like at most. I will say, I think the Vulture is a 6-digit price. I will say though, the Vulture I think is a 6-digit price, which does mean you do have to buy out the showroom. You cannot steal it off the streets if you find one, I believe. So you will have to actually buy it outright at the dealership. But yeah, all these are probably bolted, so if you want to get any of them, you do probably have to buy them at the showroom, unfortunately, though. Because, of course, Cockstar bolts content with these vehicles being off the website and stuff, where they did back in 2023, but they've been kind of, like, bringing some back, of course, with the lock-on jammers and stuff like they've had in the last couple updates, of course. Of course. Alright, but yes, so... So in terms of them being bolted though, I think that going to the, like, amount of times they've been available on dealerships and stuff though, But actually Masaka Race Car actually has the least appearances of any vehicle currently for the one particular event week at least. In terms of, like, dealership appearances. But yes. So the Masaka Race Car, as a Dangerous Mercenaries the last 2+ years ago, whatever, since it's been bolted, has been available on different dealerships 3 times, basically. So it's only been on the dealerships 3 times in the last 2+ years, so not a very common vehicle actually on the dealerships apparently on that one, if you had any interest much for that one. Benefactor Feltzer. Apparently that one's been available for the 8th time now on different dealerships, so that one has quite a few more appearances on dealerships ever than the Masaka Race Car ever did, ever since being bolted at least. And then the Jester Race Car has actually appeared for the 7th time apparently. Yeah, so this event has appeared 7 times on dealerships, so it's since been bolted. So that's been a few times more than the Masaka Race Car, interestingly. So the other 2 have at least appeared several times in the last couple of years. But, yeah. So you're warning, of course, to get these vehicles, especially the Masaka Race Car, if you want them for any reason for the online. But again, they're all sport cars. I don't really think they hold up all that well nowadays, unfortunately, when it comes to the top of the class, at least, anyways, for straight up performance. Also, vehicles back then didn't exactly have like a plethora of like Also vehicles back then in like 13, 14 didn't really have like a plethora of vehicle customization oftentimes. So like newer vehicles tend to have like a lot more customizations. Just keep that in mind as well. God, fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on, no. Fuck. But I was the vault information on that all, and yeah, I don't know if the form the grid is, so yeah. Yes. Onto the vehicle apparently for the prize ride. These are pretty much always vehicles that are always on the website. This is definitely the case for Broadway. The Broadway is definitely still available on the website. So the Classic E Broadway, ironically here, apparently. I think it's actually the only vehicle for the manufacturer for this particular game. I know like the Stallion and stuff used to be Classic U, I believe. But for some reason they put them to like the Class A or something, I think, in this game. But I think it's the only one that's like been put on the Classic U, I believe. And it's also been the first appearance of the vehicle like outside of like 3D Universe, I believe, for the Broadway when it appeared in online, of course. With this one is placed top 4 for 2 days in a row, apparently. So yes, even on Wednesday, technically you could actually get this vehicle still, as long as you play like a very early Thursday. As long as you play a very early Thursday, I think you can technically still get the vehicle, even if you do it, yes, for Wednesday. That's when I'm streaming, basically. Top 4 is also good for either the pursuit races or the street races, so you can kind of do either way, and it's pretty easy. Albeit you do need a minimum player count for pursuit race, and randoms might not be the best about, and if a random's hosting, it might not, unfortunately, be the best about that, honestly. So just keep that in mind. So probably just want to do street races like per usual. So yes, like I said, you could do either method pretty well, since Pursuit Race does have a minimum count of 4 players, so you could use the Pursuit Race method as a host if you just keep the 4 players, of course, especially. Again, I don't know if I'd rely on that if you're joining a random person, though, since if they're not thinking the most of it or doing the most, going out the way to try to get the vehicle, they're probably going to go past 4 even. And therefore it won't be a guaranteed entry anymore. Yeah. Either way, it is a fine option, I suppose. Albeit, of course, like per usual, with street race only requiring 2, and it's pretty much a guaranteed entry for the challenge, since you can always just leave if a host decides to have 3, 4, 5 or something. Or more so, you can leave if the host has like 5 or more off his seat, and at that point, probably just worth kind of leaving if you're just purely going for the vehicle ASAP is all, or guaranteed entry for the challenge, or whatever. So cool. And as for the drift and drag races, or I mean drag and drift races, yes, just that order of it. But these are 1 to 4 players, so if they had it on like drag races, for example, that'd be guaranteed entry for the challenge. So I assume for that reason it doesn't like work for that. Also, Dragon Drift Races came out 2023. The prize right system and like tuners came out 2021. So they probably didn't put all the effort to make it work for the challenges, I'm guessing, for Dragon Drift Races, unfortunately, since it came out later, so just keep that in mind. I did it solo pretty much for all these, so I don't know like if you play with other people, but I assume they do not count most likely, unfortunately. Would be fair if Drift Races could count for it, though, as long as you play with like other people, but yeah. Unfortunately, they probably just don't count like at all, I'm guessing, since it came out like 2 years after the initial prize right system. They probably didn't want to bother with like coding that into something already existing or something. So really, the street races I think are definitely the way to go for any pause menu stuff for it. And yeah, I'm not sure if you can do sprint races or not. I'm not sure about that for like the pre-mid sprint races. Just keep that in mind there, of course. Was this on Legendary or was it Southern? I think it's actually on Legendary if I remember right for this one. If not, then obviously Southern would be the only two options that make sense for it, really. Is it 2-door or 4-door? I'm trying to remember even. I didn't pay too much attention, to be fair. Okay, it is 2-door, okay. And it is on Legendary, okay. Cool. So is that in Los Santos Drug Wars DLC? Also, it is a retro nostalgic vehicle from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, which is cool. which is cool. So it returned from 2004's Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. It might have appeared in the past as well, I'm not sure. But I mostly know it from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Obviously, it's a cool vehicle from that game, 100%. You used to use it for the pimping side missions in San Andreas. You pretty much do in San Andreas. You use it for pimping side missions, which is cool. Sadly, I don't have that side mission thing in this game, unfortunately, but you can use it in taxi work, though. So you also can use it for vehicle missions, ironically, in this game, like you could back then, which is cool. Which is cool, albeit not the same ones. But I don't remember if it has a trade price or not. I kind of don't think it does, if I recall. I don't think it has a trade price. If it does have a trade price, it would be something tied to taxi work, surely though. Surely though. I would have to imagine there is a trade price, but I don't think there is. So in general, I think the normal price is $925,000, no matter what, I believe. No matter what, I do believe so. I still believe so. Golly, fuck, I was hurting you, bro. Come on, Alright, but yeah. Also, just a missile lock-on jammer available in the like last 2 updates. Station Sabotage or the money fronts 1 and 2. I think probably added that for this particular vehicle, of course. I don't assume I had it beforehand, no. Alright, looks like it would have been the last update. I don't seem to see in the list for this update for lock-on jammer support that got newly added, basically. So it seems as though like the last 2 updates it got lock-on jammer support. Which maybe there's an interesting use for that for the taxi work, I'm not sure. But besides for that, it's not really the greatest option out there for a lock-on jammer. I guess it's already like super slow and stuff. I guess being a slower muscle car, I guess would actually maybe make it a better option in some sense, but still. And yeah, for taxi work, you also have to have the taxi livery on it, I believe, as well, by the way. By the way, I think you do have to have, like, the taxi livery on it, obviously, for the taxi work, obviously, so it's actually dressed like a taxi, obviously. Yes, so. Definitely no. Yeah, definitely does need taxi livery on it to be usable for taxi work 100%, 100%. And if you haven't yet got the livery for it, you probably need to do like a certain challenge of like another vehicle for taxi work. I believe that you can get access to that, I believe. But anyways, into the performance of the vehicle, it is for the muscle car class. And because of that, or whatever. Yeah, Broadway apparently for the muscle car class is at the bottom of the K tier, apparently, according to roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet. And that gives it 70th, yes, gives it 70th place for lap time as well as 75th place for top speed. And again, there's like 5 there HSWs obviously, so that's like 65th and like 70th at best, it seems. Which no matter how you slice is actually below average, which yes, no matter how you slice it's actually below average for the class, so it's not a performance vehicle, it's really for customization, person preference, taxi work, missile lock-on jammer, whatever one of those kind of reasons you want it for. But it's not a performer, really. It's really not a performer for very good performance or anything, as you would probably expect, of course, looking at the vehicle. It's like a more old school vehicle, basically. Basically, it's a pretty old school vehicle. So I think that covers that, basically. Yeah, cocaine, whatever though. Alright, and then the HSW Premium. And then yes. The HSW Premium test ride for the week is apparently the Pegasi Weaponized Ignis. Apparently the Pegasi Weaponized Ignis. The one HSW vehicle has like a weapon on it, basically. Which sadly does mean it cannot be used in HSW time trials for some reason. It's just not usable there. It was usable initially until I believe the Colonel Empire's DLC, the first DLC that came out, like with the 9th gen version, like completely out. Sadly barred it from being used in the HSW time trials since then, I believe. I mean, it is at least usable for the gun, at least for a combat situation, albeit the angles and stuff are pretty limited and stuff, so I don't really enjoy using it much. Or like a weapons vehicle, I mostly use it for HSW, honestly, for like racing. So yeah, still usable for racing, just not time trials for some reason. Which I think is more intended for like rocket boosted vehicles and stuff, but like I guess for some reason they decide it says weapon on it, you cannot use it for that. But yeah, it is actually the #1 lap time, by the way, for this class. It is, yes, for the HSW version for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, HS, PC, and of course. So, like, best for its class for lap time, which is very important and very good, obviously, with lap time being the #1 lap. With lap time, of course, being the #1 metric. Yes, lap time is the #1 metric, of course, for lap time, so being #1 for that, for its class is obviously very huge, of course, for scores.
Catch you on the other side.
And yeah, for any of those, by the way, to see if they're on the vehicle website, you can always use the HSW vehicle list. Albeit, there is one thing that's wrong with the list, I know for sure. And that's the Sterling GT listed as not being on the website since they vaulted it at one point. Yes. They did vault the Sterling GT at one point, so they actually haven't like accounted for that again, that they unvaulted it with Agent Sabotage onward. So they didn't like update it when they unvaulted it, unfortunately, so yeah. That is a mistake with it, but yeah, everything else I believe is mostly correct, if not entirely correct on that list though. No. And right, I didn't really have anything to do there, I believe. Right.
Later, dude. I need to get home and get drunk.
Whatever.
And yeah, that's return mode, by the way, right now as well. I forget if it's the first time it popped up or not, but yeah, it's returning like adversary mode for the week or whatever. Who knows where I took my split got significantly damaged because of the stash house and the people shooting you, right. Still fine, pretty much fine though, at least. It's not damaged enough for smoke, at least yet it's not. At least just yet it's not. Well, aircraft mechanics in the game, though, it might eventually get spooky, though. Unless it's only a plane thing, not a helicopter thing, but I think it applies to both planes and helicopters. At least for personal ones it does. I'm not sure about Pegasus, though. Since Pegasus might not have the engine damage mechanic, though, I'm not really sure, though. I'm not really all sure, though. Since for whatever reason might be different since it's Pegasus, not really sure. Oh yeah, I also really like their trackable landing gear. Oh yes, by the way, I do really like the retractable landing gear on it. It's pretty cool on the Swift for sure. So obviously I already went over one of them, being that Dr. Krieger, obviously, because it was on the main menus, and there's like a free promotion thing for it. But aside for that, for the luxury autos, there's Vetero Coquet D1. This was out under this. This was out during the Bondar Bounties DLC, I believe, added it, I believe, for that update. Which is basically the Vetero Coquet Classic, like 2.0, whatever. I think that vehicle that was at like Ill-Gotten Games Part 1 or 2. It's basically like the successor to it in a way, since it looks very similar to the Coquet. Oh, and if I'm saying classic, I mean the Blackfin. Actually, I mean the Blackfin. The Vetero Coquet Blackfin. It's kind of like the 2.0, 2.0 of it, since they look very similar and all that kind of stuff. Except this one's actually in the Sports Classics class, while that one's in the Muscle Car class, interestingly, so they are actually different class, and therefore they can serve different purposes. But yeah, in Vetero Coquet D1, Bombdower Bounties, one of the latest couple Sports Classics that got added in the game, actually. And yes, not on discount, I'm pretty sure. Most likely not, I'm guessing. So probably don't have to go over obviously for dedicated performance, but I'll try to go over anything I remember for it though, but I'm not going over dedicated performance if it's not on discount. Just be aware not, of course. Yeah, it does not seem to be a vehicle discount. It's just here to be here, I guess. Like the EGR. For the vehicles on like Shertons nowadays. Not nowadays. But I think for lap time it's not that good, obviously, since you have your like old school supercars. You have like the old school supercars that tend to be like top of the class, I feel, oftentimes when it comes to the top lap time options, pretty much. However, though, I believe it is like a top couple, like top speed option. I don't want to say it's like #1 top speed for non-HSW, but I think it's like top like 3 non-HSW, like top speed for the Sports Classics class. So it is fun in a certain metric, at least one metric it's pretty good in. I don't think lap time is like that dog shit on. I think it's actually pretty good for lap time as well. But I don't think it's like top 10 per se. It might be like in the 10s to 20s or something, being the best for lap time if I were to take a guess. So it is a fine option for top speed for the Sports Classics class, 100% I believe so. I believe so, it's definitely a good top speed option for the Sports Classics class. And yeah, again, the Creeker is free for 2 weeks apparently. At least for this week, it's on Luxury Autos as well with a certain build. Which actually, let me see how much it costs. Curious. Again, I think deliveries cost like 20-30K at most, but I think they can usually even be less than that. Yeah, it's $18,240 for the built one over at the Luxury Autos, which is almost nothing. You might as well get it there if you want the like extra cosmetic looks and stuff. Or of course, they can just get on their website completely for free. Of course. If you don't want to even pay like that 18K even. But again, it's top 3 for like lap time for a non-HSW. That's very good, very good. It is, yes, a very good supercar. In top 3 for the lap time for its class for non-HSW. Alright, and then you have the yes, and then you have the vehicles at the showroom here, obviously, for the Simeons. Naturally, like, over half of it is dedicated Halloween stuff, as you'd probably expect right now. You have the Clase Vamos, Volcar Loa. Those are your 2 most interesting options here. And any of your typical things, the Frankenstein, Tornado Rat Rod, and the Romero Hearse, apparently right now. I still have to go over the Tornado Rat Rod this particular time around, so since that one was actually not on the list of vehicles for Halloween themed vehicles, for the spooky vehicles on like the what's new section or whatever. You know, nice and spoopy again, see. But yes, no. Fuck ass Tornado, come on. So I have to go over to vault status for a lot of it still, of course. So. And yeah, I don't assume they're on discount for the Vamos or Fagaloa, by the way. I'm assuming they won't be. Um, let people, I'll let y'all know, of course, if so. Yeah, I don't think I see those as discounts, unfortunately. So yeah, they're kind of just there to be there, pretty much. Suppose since this has the skull of Ravina, obviously it's the theme though. Fagalo is probably the most there to be there, but at least it has that cool, like, European license plate thing, I guess, to it. But vamos to vamos. When I drive this thing for the like export vehicles, it seems to not drive all that well, quite frankly, I will say. So it probably doesn't perform that good for the muscle car class. Probably not. Probably not. Fagalo is a pretty infamously bad sports classics, if I recall. So yeah, it's not going to perform good. And I spoke of like the two certain ones, of course, on this that I've already talked about. Again, I still need to talk about Tornado Rat Rod this time around, but yeah, I think it's pretty apparent where that's going to be as well at this point. So back to the remove vehicles dates section for the spreadsheet. So Vamos has apparently appeared on the dealership as the last 2+ years ago, same as Mercenaries DLC. Yes, as the Sanders Mercenaries DLC 2+ years ago since being vaulted. Apparently, the Vamos has appeared 10 times now in different dealerships. So it has had double-digit appearances as of this time, apparently. So it's appeared kind of pretty frequently in a sense. Kinda. Of course, fuck Rockstar for vaulting stuff in the first place for vehicles, but still. And then yes. Fagalo apparently appears for the 7th time as well. Apparently just a race car, by the way. From the LS car meet. Alright, and then the Frankenstein apparently appears for the 10th time, apparently in the different dealerships last 2+ years of being vaulted, basically just like the Vamos. Alright, and then the Tornado Rat Rod. Again, it's on a discount pretty much for like the whole month straight, basically, so I don't necessarily want to spend too much time on that discount. So going into lap time, top speeds, race tiers, whatever the main section of the spreadsheet, arguably. From Profi 152's vehicle spreadsheet. It's in the Sports Classics class, stuck to Frankenstein. Not muscle, but yeah, Sports Classics. Sports Classics, just like all the other tornadoes, pretty much. And it is apparently the top of the L tier, giving it a 37th place lap time as well as a 35th place top speed, which at best would be 35th for the bird, -2 for the 2 HSWs. So again, there's 50 Sports Classics, so that's not really that good. Again, it's for the theming. Again, it's for the theming pretty much, rather than actual performance, just like the Frankenstein. Fun fact, by the way, as well, I know it's at least one of, I think, only 2 vehicles in the game that have a muscle car wheelie. That's not a muscle car. BF Weevil was a muscle car wheelie being a compact, I'm pretty sure, and then this being a Sports Classics actually has a muscle car wheelie feature, apparently. Which makes it one of the only couple vehicles in the game with a muscle car wheelie feature that's not actually a muscle car. Interestingly. And then yes. Chair of mirrors. Again, I've already covered that. That one apparently appears. Oh yeah. Actually, I forgot to mention that for Tornado Rod. Actually has the most appearances of any of these on the dealership, by the way, and it appears for the 12th time apparently now. It has appeared a dozen times now on the different dealerships since being vaulted. since being vaulted, yes, it has appeared a dozen times now apparently since being vaulted. Yes, on the different dealerships of the game, basically. Could even be appearing for the 13th time, even for all I know. Next event, of course, which would be pretty insane. But still, has some of the highest appearances of any vehicle that's been vaulted apparently on different dealerships. And then yeah, I believe the Ramirez is just like the at least the Frankenstein, it also appears 10 times. Oh yeah, the Batmos, right? The Batmos appeared for the 10th time, along with the Frankenstein and the Cherry Ramirez. That appears for the 10th time on different dealerships since being vaulted, of course, last 2+ years. And there's DLC. And I already spoke of it for discount, of course, on the Ramirez, so get there, basically. Alright. Right. So that pretty much does it for dealerships now, so now let's to look into the rest of the stuff to cover, which might not be too much of a longer stream as long as my hernia keeps behaving. Mostly it kind of has been in a way. Yeah, triple rewards, I can't remember exactly what kind of amount I should give since I don't think it's been on triple before, by the way, for the cemetery thing, of course, I was talking about earlier since it was on the main menu. Because yes, it was on the main menu, of course. But yes. What was it, like, it might have been 160k actually for 4 times, it might have been like upwards. Yes, I think it might have been upwards of like 160k, I want to say, for 4 times, so I want to say between like 80, 160k, so like maybe 120k, maybe upwards, you should maybe expect maybe around there. To clarify a bit more on this, since I didn't really say that much like earlier, I think I want to say it's around that amount that you should probably get up to. But again, keep in mind you might have to do endless ways and get like a few into endless ways maybe, which is harder to do since apparently Kyle zombies show up once you get endless ways now apparently. Whether it's intentional or not sure again, but still. Maybe they didn't like play test it or something though. And it's somehow just some side effect of like adding into the creator or something, I don't know. I guess I can show off that new mask finally, of course. So. First of all, I actually kind of want to be in the default outfit maybe a little bit, actually, so maybe I'll hold off on that for now. I usually do have the default outfit on every stream at some point for a decent time, I think, and I haven't quite done that yet, wearing that werewolf mask the whole time, I think, from like last week's weekly challenge, of course. So maybe I'll wait a little tad longer there, actually, to show that off. To show that off. Yes, show it off, of course. Alright, so guess I'll go over vaulted modes and stuff, I guess here. Oh, and right, not just avatar modes, but all modes, right. The arena war doesn't really get anything vaulted for sure. Target assault's not back, that's for sure. They really do not like that mode. They never brought back abilities to vaulted things, but okay. We have Blazer Aqua, Rocket Voltic, Runner 2000. Yeah, those are still even available for like around a whole month at this point now. Interestingly. Of course, I imagine like after the Halloween content, they'll probably be gone. Of course. Yeah, these were the initial special vehicle races added in like Cunning Stunt special vehicle circuit update back in like early 2017, I believe, a little after the import-export update, I believe. So it was the initial ones, or those initial 3 special vehicle ones. So it does not include the Luxo, Stromberg, and Thruster ones, which were added for like shortly after DNC Heist or something. Instead. It was the original ones for the Cunning Stunt special vehicle circuit update, that pretty small 2017 update. Pretty much. So that's still in apparently, yeah. And yeah, I don't think any transform races came back, including the special Halloween transform race. I don't assume that came back. That one tends to be long forgotten about when it comes to Rockstar, it seems. They don't really add that one back ever. Yeah, it's not back. And that's a transform race, of course. Would be interesting if they actually remember it this year, but I'm doubting it. Races, I doubt there's anything here, like Cowbreaker or anything coming back. Yeah, no Cowbreaker races. No open wheel as well, yes, so I don't think there's anything here. Most likely, of course, like I expected. Death matches. Did they finally bring back the Halloween death matches? Probably not. That seems to be kind of forgotten about now. Though I think they did bring them back last year, so maybe they will bring it back last event. I'm not sure if they haven't yet, of course. But I think there's one that like starts with a V for like a vampire one or something, so like that's back, and I assume all of them are back or whatever. But I don't seem to see anything when it comes to like Car Crash Full Auto. I think Car Crash Full Auto is actually a deathmatch mean that got vaulted at some point. If I recall right. It is. But that's not Halloween themed, so I didn't expect it to come back, to be fair. But, yeah. Again, I swear there's like a vampire themed like deathmatch thing or something that starts with like V or something for the mode. So I don't think they brought any Halloween like deathmatch things back, which is kind of weird because that was like only a couple years ago. That's not like all that long to forget about like the Transformers, for example. Yeah, capture last team standing. Whoa. God. God. Yeah, capture last team standing. Hill. Yeah, those don't get vaulted contents, I think, for these previous sections. So. Survival, I think it's just one that came back, of course, this event final year. No alien survival, sadly, most likely. To be fair, honestly, I feel Caprico and, like, Ludendorff are a lot more, like, better howling survivals that actually, like, are fun to play for the main. Alien survivals was basically just reskinned regular survivals where you just focus on the alien weapons and then you wear, like, alien outfits or something. I didn't really care for those too much, honestly. But I would still like to see the alien survivals come back for the last event, of course, but I don't think they came back yet. So, only one more chance for that, pretty much. Always for the seasonal stuff. They could, of course, just randomly bring them back if they wanted to, but yeah. Missions. There were certain missions available on the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360. I don't think ever like made the PS4, Xbox One, like PC even. And then, of course, by extension, the newer versions as well. Now, those might be straight up deleted, or they just didn't want to have them anymore for some reason. I don't know. But yeah, they never really bring those back, so nothing really gets vaulted there. No verses. Alright, and then you do have the Romulus slasher, I see. Yeah, Condemned is back for the weekly featured mode, of course. Yes, Condemned on the 7's back. First map is Mount Chiliad, second map is Pacific Bluffs. Third map is Downtown Rockwood. Fourth map is Richmond. Fifth map is Pacific Bluffs. Sixth map, Toledo Forest, and then the seventh map is Sandy Shores. And again, you do still have the Romulus Slasher, the special one that came out like last week for the new Slasher map. And the Submarine, which honestly is actually pretty fun to play. I feel for that mode last minute. First I didn't like it, but then I kind of learned to play it well. I mean, I liked it. You know, even though I don't think I ended up killing the Slasher, I did like it. More than I thought I was going to, actually. I want to check my stream again because I heard somebody get out of their room or some bullshit. Oh yeah, stream's still going on, obviously. Not surprised, I'm not surprised, but still. Okay, like honestly though, I'm not exactly remembering what this mode is, to be honest, and the description's kind of long to feel before it even gets to like the point with like a lot of flavor text and stuff beforehand. Because only at the bottom they mention 2 to 4 players, and all that kind of stuff, but yeah. Payouts for atmosphere modes, by the way, depend on like the amount of time they last. How the game plays out, of course, plays into the amount of time, amount of players, etc. So, yes. With 4 players, I don't presume this one plays... With yes, only 4 players, I don't presume this one pays out that great compared to some other atmosphere modes, unfortunately, but yes. Trying to think though. Oh no. Yeah, honestly, I'm not going to talk about how it plays out because like, it takes a while with the flavor text to finally get the point. I feel. But yeah, no more than a couple $100,000, I would say, for this mode, regardless of times, or it'd be 2 times, 4 times. Maybe if you're lucky on 4 times of plus, I believe it could maybe get a few 100,000 with plus on 4 times. But most likely, just expect to get most a couple $100,000 for like 1 hour of time. These modes are obviously more modes of fun rather than like modes of like true money making like a heist or something. And right. So it's not featured for the mode right now, I believe, but it is still available for week 4. I think they only mentioned it much for weeks 3 and 5, so it's good to see it's still available for week 4. So obviously after week 5 it'll probably be alternate. Or whatever. And then yeah, Sumo Remix is always available pretty much as the probably most popular Avatar mode, I'm assuming that they still kept it as long. And then parachuting, nothing gets vaulted there, pretty sure. Alright, so now I'm kind of finding to show off that mask to the thing. But yes. It is apparently the white vintage vampire. It is apparently, yes, the white. Yes, bro. Come on. Yes. It is apparently the white vintage vampire mask here. For the login reward, of course, that popped earlier. And then, apparently in terms of a business thing going on, there is actually counterfeit cash going for 2 times. 4 times as well if you are plus, apparently, I believe. So I heard on 4 times you can actually get up to like $3 million on this, so like on 2 times that should be like 1.5 million. Now to get the 1.5 million, you have to actually own the hands-on car wash early, since it gets boosted by that as of the latest update. So if you don't have the latest property yet for the hands-on car wash, the main property, the like the 3 ones, I believe, along like the Higgins, obviously, and then the Smoke on the Water, which you need the car wash to get those 2 anyways. Definitely buy a car wash for taking advantage of it 2 times on the counterfeit cash, since you will want that for the increased boost from it. So apparently you can get like 3 million, I heard, for like 4 times on that. Yes. I was watching a stream about the survival coming back with the cow zombies and stuff, and like, on there I heard of the 3 million, I think, so yeah. 2 times should be like 1.5 million then, with the boost account for the hands-on car wash, all the kind of boosts you can get from that, basically. But yeah, 4 times 3 million, 2 times 1.5, basically. Pretty good, pretty good. And then, yeah, it's a biker business. Biker businesses are a joke nowadays. They're not even hard, I would say, anymore. They're 45 minutes now for the sales, which I do like. And I'm not laughing because, like, I wanted it to be hard. I do like that they're nowhere near as bad as they used to be. Biker used to be like the worst businesses to run, I feel, but now they're actually pretty good. With the changes you made like over time. So every single mission is pretty much very soloable if you just want to spend the 45 minutes on them, of course, including the worst one, the Trash Master, since they bolted the Boxville one. I think in this update, I don't even want to say it, they've actually removing the like post-op bands, basically. The post-op bands are basically that one. So it is a good business to run, apparently. It's like 1.5 to like 3 million for 2 times, 4 times. Absolutely. Absolutely. Not even going to talk about the sales much since all of them are pretty soloable, like I was saying, basically. So basically, as long as you play with just your own player, you might not get 45 minutes if you play with multiple people, just keep in mind. So if you think somebody's going to leave on you, then just do it solo, I would say. And obviously there's like high demand bonus and stuff, which might account for that 3 million, so you might get less than 3 million, by the way, like 1.5 if you do with like invite only solo or something, of course. But yeah, if you're willing to take a risk on it or something, then yeah, you can get like upwards of 3 million. 4 times, 1.5, obviously 2 times, 2 times. That should cover the counterfeit cash for the 2 times to 4 times or plus. And yeah, I meant to speak maybe a bit more on the peyote plan, so I didn't actually mention as much as I wanted there. I just kind of brought up when it popped up on notification. Now I'm not going to go over the like areas where you pick them up. I did a stream of it like years back, like where you pick up the peyote plants. I think I did every single one like back then, like whenever they first came out, basically whatever first year it came out. I think it's in my grandfather on like collectibles playlist. But obviously it's not the most efficient way to look at them, so you want to look at like something like GTA.eu, I think. Fuck ass body armor and shit. Come on, come on. But yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, indeed. Indeed. But yeah, GTAWeb.eu. Again, if you want to see anything regarding like certain collectible types and stuff, GTAWeb.eu is a good place to go for the peyote plants. Basically. Most likely. Assume they feature them on the map and stuff, of course. Like a lot of different stuff on the map. So we know nothing because under Ukraine war advertising bullshit and shit. Fucking like GTAWeb.eu is a good place to go if you want to look for peyote plants in a time efficient manner. And they're also really good for RP, I believe, as well, by the way. So if you want to level up your character pretty good, if you do, yes, want to level up your character very good, then apparently peyote plants are actually really good for that. Really good for that. Actually. I don't know the specific amounts, but I do know it's a pretty good amount of RP you get for each peyote plant. Pretty sure. There's more specifics I cannot remember there. But yes, there is more specifics I cannot remember the most, but look on the GTAWeb.eu for those. But yeah, I know they already went over the wicked challenges in that one October 2nd newswire, but as a reminder though, you survive 4 waves in a survival without dying. If you do that, quite simple. Pardon the like 2-wave one I think they did for like the first week, but yeah, it's basically like a 2 times harder like week 1 weekly challenge for week 4's weekly challenge, I believe. Yeah, survive 4 ways in a survival without dying. We'll get you some sort of jumping spider mask, a gray. We'll get you the gray jumping spider mask, as well as the doubled $200,000. well, yes, doubled $200,000. And then for Halloween Community Series, of course, I'll go over next, I guess. Alright, there's no new stunt race this time. Okay, so I get a break finally, it seems. But yes, there's 2 times on the Halloween Community Series. It might have been 3 times actually last week, but this time it's 2 times for sure. You have the hashtag Hallwood, hashtag... Fuck ass, talk towards you guys, bro. Hurt, man. Come on. Yes, I got fuck ass right here though, come on. But yeah, hashtag Hallwood, hashtag asterisk Coffin Dodgers, asterisk the one that came out last event. You have Gargantua, City 5, Dark Ride, and Toy Cars - Garden Ants. I think it was Coffin Dodgers at Gargantua, the Toy Cars, Garden Ants. I think those 3 have been new so far, but this week doesn't have a new race one finally, apparently. So again, I get a break. So again, I get a break, which is nice. Which is nice. Not that I care the most, but still. But yes. Left parenthesis SCRA, like straight or something, like Greek clan or something. I don't know. Right parenthesis cemetery RNG apparently is still around. I don't remember the one below it, I think, so that actually might be a new one for this week. I'm not 100%, but I assume it's new. I don't believe I've seen this one before. For like a left bracket, food pie, right bracket, Halloween Horror Night, and then you have the other 2 that's been around for like some time, I think, as well after that. Which those 2 have most definitely been around before, of course. Bruh. Can they add survival ones for like the last week? Like, seriously though? Or at least bring back the ones they had before, at least for like Halloween, like survival ones. They had at least like a couple of those, at least. That would be nice for last week, for sure. Yeah. Yes, man. That fuck ass hurt. Come on. But again, that's 2 times. I'm not going to do any of it though, since there's no new races time around. So just be aware of it though. And I think that's every single money opportunity covered, aside for like the priority file, which I guess I can go over that now, I guess, since I think about it, so I don't forget about it like I have before. On rare occasion. So apparently it's brute force file for priority file. Not one of the greater ones if you... But yes. Better ones to have would be Fine Art and Project Breakaway if you care to play one just one time for an event. I don't see most people are grinding them as their most efficient being, albeit they are nice money makers to be fair, so I wouldn't actually be surprised if people do still grind them pretty efficiently still. But yes. Yeah, brute force file though, no. It does pay the most, I think, on it 2 times, since the base amount is the most, I think. But, like, really, 316k is not that much difference compared to what the other ones can be on anyways. I'm like 16k at, like, most. Which is kind of nothing, to be fair. Not even enough to get that Kruger at the luxury autos, if you can. Or 16k difference, to be fair. But, yeah. Yes. The thing I do like about this one is, like, one of the things you can literally just go over to the music locker. You don't even have to, like, go on the, like, app to, like, start it, which I like. So it actually is kind of quick with that into account. In a slight sense for the other ones in some ways. I also do like that stealth, so me personally, some people might consider this one the worst, but I kind of actually find Black Box to be the worst since I'm not big on the amphibious stuff for it. Not that I hate it, of course, but I just really like stealth missions. Oh, come on, Tom Connors. You did that right as I did the interaction menu, like, really? Really, though. Yeah, it's not necessarily a money opportunity, it's just like a mechanic where something like that happens each week, technically speaking, but yeah, either way, it's FIB. Either way, the FIB one is a force file, that's on 2 times right now. 2 times right now. Alright, so salvage yard robberies I want to go over next, I guess, since pretty much there's just discounts remaining at this point. And I do want to still do the HSW time trial, obviously, so there is at least those things I still want to do after that as well. Now I think the best course of action is to go for talking about the salvage yard robberies. I'm going to take a wild guess and say there's probably not a claimable vehicle since obviously last week they did that, and they don't really do that oftentimes at the salvage yard. Albeit I wish they did at least one each time here like they do for the podium and the prize ride, obviously. But I guess I think like 3 free vehicles would be kind of like too much, I guess, for an event. I don't know. On like your typical event, I guess. But I mean, it would be nice, obviously. With it being around like around a couple years at this point. Couple years at this point.
Hey, take care.
That's where I always found it ironic this one doesn't let you do the COMC for the computer though. Given I think it came out the update after Dangerous Mercenaries that started like doing that more at least, if not like entirely. Alright, but yeah. No claimable vehicle, unfortunately, like I expected. after the Brigham of last week's. But yes. SSD. Miss Seminole Frontier. Bruno also Santos like summer special DLC. I believe that one came out in. To start off here, apparently for the standard range vehicle, as I'll call it, since I think it's kind of the term for the cheapest ones for import-export. Oh. But what was it, basically like an older version of the Seminole from like day one in the game? I forget. But it's a little bit interesting, I guess, for what the vehicle is, I guess. Finally being another version of the Seminole that finally came out, of course. What's of course? But yes. This one's pretty part of the gangbanger robbery, by the way, the one that like happens at the like police station. It's like the one, yeah, basically at the police station that happens for the gangbanger robbery. And yeah, this one's a SUV, I'm pretty sure, not off-road, but SUV, for sure, pretty sure, which is probably the same as the regular Seminole from day one, obviously, after all. In terms of its costing. And it has a max sell value of $269,000, and then McCowling from the Doggo. Okay. Yes, has a max sell value again, the max sell value, yes, $269,000, and then salvage value of $215,200. Alright, after that, is the Max Cipher. Los Santos Tuners DLC. Apparently. It's basically the mid-range vehicle, or whatever I call it, a middle one. Whatever. Yeah, cargo ship robbery for that robbery. Okay. So I'm trying to think. I heard something, I think. And then, yeah, it has a max sell value of $344,000 and then a salvage value of $275,200 apparently. Yeah, that was a free vehicle. Fun fact, by the way, when it first came out for Max Cipher, for free, yes, Max Cipher was a free vehicle when it first came out. A surprise ride, which was interesting. Well, and then finally, the P-Fister Neon. Vehicle that released during the Doomsday Heist DLC, I'm pretty sure. One of like couple-ish like electric sport cars in that update, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, that one is for the Duggan robbery, apparently. The one at the arena is what that one basically is. Having a max sell value of $391,000 and then salvage value of $312,800 for the top range vehicle there, Fiesta P-Fister Neon. Okay, so I think that basically covers all that. Also, on the topic of the Brigham being the salvage yard, last time, again, since my stream ended randomly last time, I just barely didn't get to show Jay Norris and taking the final screenshot, unfortunately, for the text and stuff. Literally just barely. I almost was able to show that with everything else at the end of the 10 hours stream, because I had to take naps and stuff, and then also like, cause my fuck ass hernia, it took too long and stuff, and I had to like wait for like dinner and stuff, and after to cover some stuff, of course. So if you not being able to wear like certain hats, I mean those are flight caps, so maybe that makes sense actually in that case, but what's with not being able to wear like hat and mask at the same time? That seems stupid. But yeah, I'm pretty sure again I mentioned it last time. I did mention it, even though I didn't get to show it last time, because again, stream ended before I could even do G-Norse because somebody had to reset the bullshit or something. But yeah, goes exposed cap, I got it. Forwards and backwards. Yeah, so I will show every ghost, but G-Norse because of course stream went out because of internet bullshit or something, but yeah. It's pretty cool actually, having like ghost exposed livery on it. Even though it's like greenish. Whatever kind of green, like a slimy green kind of thing on it. Like gray, I actually really like that actually more than I thought I would actually.
Hey, I followed up on that toe
Either
job.
way, I
The
still
money
like
should be
agree
in
with
your
what I was
account.
saying before.
Hey.
Like honestly, for a measly hat compared to like a livery and outfit, I think the previous years it's pretty
Later.
meh honestly. But yeah, so I did get that. I did end up getting that. Even though my stream ended randomly, kind of, and I didn't get the show getting it, of course. So back over to getting on that vampire mask, though, what I was supposed to be wearing, though, I only want to show it pretty quick because I didn't get to show what I was supposed to be able to. I meant the counterfeit cash, okay. It's on 2 times, so I should do something with it, maybe, but still.
Alright.
Still. I only do like one stash house a week on stream, and I kind of like to wait for every business to be done with it and then sell everything basically. Even if I mean it's getting like no 2 times on much,
Hey.
but still.
See you around.
One thing I might usually do, of course, off stream is like nightclub, like more than like 1 time basically, yeah, like a DLC. Yeah. Yes. In terms of like a business in particular, I mean, of course, but yes. Alright, so I'm gonna check my stream again, so I'm getting to like the endpoints kind of coming out of here. Touch success for it was so. As a reminder for some persistent like discounts, it's kind of been going on for like clothing ones. There's been like the all Halloween masks are basically free at the like mask shop basically. Rid of Vespucci. Maybe mask shop, you can always get those free Halloween masks basically. And then for 30% off at like the clothing stores, you can also get the arena outfits for 30% off, which is pretty huge actually, since those are some of the more expensive clothing items in the whole game, I believe, for the arena outfits. So 30% off of those for the Halloween time does make a lot of sense, I think. Obviously, it should be more than 30% off, quite frankly, at this point of the game. Honestly, like at least half off of it would have been good. But yeah. Yes. Better than nothing, at least. And then, yeah, there's a bunch of vehicle discounts from there. Still on the way on the gun van until I can hopefully find it. If I cannot find it, I don't actually know if I'll cover it, since GTA 3's videos doesn't actually cover the whole gun van lineup, unfortunately. But still. Whatever, though. It's been mostly unchanged, I feel, for the most part, such as like throwables. Anyways, for gun ban lately, I feel maybe like a couple things for main weapons, to be fair, but still. But I don't seem to see any property discount being listed, so it doesn't seem like there will be a property on discount. Does not yet seem like there will be a property on discount though, unfortunately though. Alright, so it looks like there's 10 vehicle discounts. Seems there's still 10 vehicle discounts for me to cover that aren't ones I already covered, like the Halloween themed ones. Like the Halloween themed ones and the Krieger, obviously, the free one. And all that, basically. So I don't think the arena has any discounts. It looks like. Kind of leaning towards no bennies. Kind of leaning towards no bennies discounts as well. Yes. Alright, latest I think does actually have at least one discount. Actually, looks like. Yes, it looks like the Shamal is kind of randomly on discount. Okay. There. Let's see some of the more niche websites getting a discount every once in a while, obviously. So yeah, Shamal apparently on should be 30% off discount, I believe. And by the way, any remaining vehicle discount is a 30% off, basically. So all vehicle discounts, if I don't mention percentage, is a 30% off. So 30% off for the Shamals, $1,150,000, which definitely does not have a trade price, being a day one vehicle in the game. Going to 805,000 apparently. Okay. Which I think is a $345,000 discount, basically. So I'll go over to the spreadsheet. There will be an extra cost. It will, yes, be an extra cost since it is a plane. Well, by the way. Yes, the small. No letter T being an extra class, but it is 22nd place for a lap time. Or no, actually make that 23rd. Make that 23rd, actually. My bad. Yeah, fuck ass hurt me, bro. Come on. Yes, so going off of Profi 1322's vehicle spreadsheet, racing YouTuber. graph out on spreadsheets, it should be very, very accurate. Again, 23rd place for lap time. Again, no letter tier, so just right away 23rd place lap time. 22nd place top speed. And that is out of 39 planes in the game, apparently. That is, yes, out of 39 planes in the game, apparently. Which actually is below average for both metrics, actually, believe it or not. Which believe it or not, is actually below average for both metrics. For the class, since there's only 39, and there's no HSW planes, obviously, so it's 39 for both platforms. Or not both, but all platforms. All platforms that are curtain, of course, not counting 7th gen, obviously. But yeah. Yes. But it is a Pegasus vehicle, by the way, so you don't need a hangar for this one. It is a day 1 aircraft, so no need for a hangar. It's just Pegasus. You can put one in a hangar, but I don't even know if you. But yeah, I don't know even if you put one in a hangar, if you get to like change the livery on it or not. You would probably at least be able to respray it, but there's something, no like engine upgrades or any of that though. So it performs the same as the Pegasus anyways. I mean, it does perform the same as the Pegasus, even if you put one in a hangar as a personal. There's no engine upgrades. But yeah, there's no storage limit on Pegasus, so you might as well get one if you have the money for it, which is only 805,000. That's definitely a steal for that price. I think absolutely it's worth buying one at that price. It's just a collective, basically. Alright, then Legendary Motorsports must definitely want to have something shortly, so just look. Oh, unless you're looking at the spreadsheet right now. Yeah, there's a free Krieger, of course. I just clicked on it kind of because I wanted to see, like, if you could actually, like, if it would actually notify you about, like, the promotion or something on there, but nah, it just says it's free. It doesn't really explain, like, why it's free or anything. And actually, apparently it does have a lock-on jammer, so good thing I clicked on that, because I didn't know that before, but actually it does have access to missile lock-on jammers, so that makes it even better, so that makes it even better, of course. Fuck, I started, bro. I'm not going. But yes, Mr. Lock-on Jammer does make it even better, actually though. Yes. D. Mr. Lock-on Jammer does make it even better, and it already was like a top 3 on lap time. Non-HSW, which already made it super good. So that's even more a reason that it's even better. Wait, I was either would have been this update or last update that added that. I'm pretty sure again. Oh shit, there's a slasher. Okay, I gotta get out of there. In my own salvage yard, get the fuck out of here then. It's not moving again actually, so it might be doppelganger once again actually. Interesting. Yeah, it's my character again, okay. Die, motherfucker. Yeah. Came at me in the casino, now came at me in the salvage yard. Interesting. Okay, those ones are ridiculously easy. They pretty much just stay still, obviously, if you don't move, so that's the way to deal with them, I guess. And just shoot them and kill them. Like, bro, I got 2 doppelgangers in the stream. That's kind of crazy, actually. I wouldn't have expected that, but yeah. But again, I wanted to see on the like Rockstar support page or something if it was like this update or last update on the Krieger game that locked on Jailer. Alright, looks like Krieger had it since like Agent Sabotage, so it seems like it had it for whole updates. You might have already put a lock-on jammer. Put lock on jammer on all your vehicles from last update. I got like new lock-on jammers or something. Something. But yeah. If I was already good with top 3, like on HSW last time, apparently it's even better with the access to the lock-on jammer has, dude. It's already quick, so obviously it'll be even harder to hit it with a missile than with a lock-on jammer. Or actually hard to hit with, like without one, of course. But, yes. So the comments are out with the Doomsday Heist apparently looks to be on discount here. At $1,145,000 again. Doomsday Heist had a lot of trade prices I think tied to like, or not again, but I'm seeing it for the first time this stream, but yeah, Doomsday Heist had a lot of trade prices tied to like weaponized vehicles and stuff that actually showed up in the heist. This doesn't show up in the heist at all, I'm pretty sure, so yeah, it doesn't have a trade price 100%. We have 1,145,801,500. That will be 341,000, or no, 343,500. I want to say. I believe that's the exact amount. Yeah, I think so. I think so. This also apparently has a lock-on jammer on it as well, so cool. Used to be pretty good on the sports class. Used to be pretty good in the sports class, but nowadays it kind of fell off, I'm guessing for sure. But Outlook, of course, is not discount, of course. Also, for this one, it looks like it had a lock-on jammer, maybe the last update, maybe. Yeah, Commissar R had one, like, as of Agent Sabotage, it seems just like the Krieger, apparently, so it's had one for a couple updates now, but lock-on jammer is an option, okay. So out of extra classes into the lap times, top speeds, and race tiers on the spreadsheet from roughly 1322 into the main sports class. Comet SR apparently is apparently is in the C tier for the sports class, apparently, which gives it 21st place apparently for lap time, as well as 42nd place top speed. Which, yeah, without HSW would actually put it in like the middle of the 10s, I think, for lap times, only a few placements out of top 10 if you actually exclude the HSW, which is actually not too shabby, albeit kind of past where I would start carrying, like I would kind of start like not carrying past like top 10 for performance at that point, honestly, and just get vehicles for customization or some other reason. Speaking of some other reason, I believe this does actually appear in certain Rockstar Create Transform races, but yeah, in certain Rockstar Create Transform races, I believe it does appear in those, but nowadays they're vaulted, so like they don't even appear that often anymore, so even if it is a custom version, which, yeah, would help with that, obviously, immensely for being able to get first places in those Rockstar Create races pretty easily. Is it worth it that much anymore if they haven't vaulted like 99% of the time anymore for those transform races? Not really sure on that, honestly. I think I remember as a dedicated vehicle. I think I do recall it being a dedicated vehicle spawn for a Transform Race to over Rockstar Grade 1, I think. But again, probably not a main reason to go for it though. Alright, so on to the Inista Vestra. I know I did say that, like, weaponized vehicles are the ones that they tend to actually put trade prices on for the Jinsei heist. Ironically though, this one actually didn't appear at all for Jinsei heist, I believe, for the actual heist. It's more like a civilian vehicle with front-mounted machine guns at a bare minimum. So therefore actually didn't really appear in the heist, and also doesn't really have a trade price to it. So pretty sure this is priced regardless, so $990,000 to $690,000. That is $297,000 savings, I believe, right there then. And then being free away from like 300k for like 3,000 away from 300k. Should yeah make it 297,000, I believe, off of the vehicle, basically. Got a lock on Jammer. I want to say this update, maybe. I don't remember it happening in Agent Sabotage, but maybe it did. Maybe it did. Which honestly, I think would be an amazing fit for this vehicle since it does have the missile. Or no, it's tongue twists, yes, bro. Come on. Yes, lock on Jammer would be a good fit on this vehicle with the front-mounted machine guns. They can actually take more time to shoot your targets without an worry as much, per se. Arguably. Or no. I guess the Sylvester actually got put back in the Agent Sabotage update, but there were ones with front-mounted machine guns that just got put back on the websites in this update as well, apparently. But apparently this one was back in the Agent Sabotage update, so it has had a lock on Jammer for a couple updates now, actually. So I think it would be interesting fit with lock on Jammer with the front-mounted machine guns, of course, being able to actually like take more time to shoot your targets and not to worry as much about getting shot, but also try not to be a sitting duck still, I guess. Makes it a bit more interesting than your average vehicle for a lock on Jammer. And yeah, performance-wise, I think this is Sports Classics. I could be wrong there, but I do believe it's Sports Classics. Yes, it is in fact Sports Classics. Okay. For Sports Classics, apparently on the spreadsheet is in the D tier, which is good enough for 16th place for a lap time, apparently, as well as 19th place top speed. So again, there's 50 Sports Classics, 48 without HSW, so no matter what, it is above average for the class at least. And at best it gets like 14th and like 17th. So it's only like few to several placements out of top 10 for both metrics, which isn't the worst at all. Absolutely not. And even with abysmal performance, I think just for those front-mounted machine guns and lock-on jammer combination makes it actually interesting for free mode usage, honestly. And yes. You could probably grind some little shit as well, like some VIP work, basically. You could probably just grind some little VIP work, like Headhunter or something for like 25k. For like 25k or something if you wanted to as well. Albeit the vehicles are armored, so maybe it would take some effort to shoot them, but still. No doubt there obviously is better options for like a Headhunter, but I'm just saying if you want to use it for money making, you could basically. You could basically use it for free money making for like a Headhunter VIP work. Alright, apparently the heist update apparently is only without a Casco. I think this one actually does have a trade price. It is in the heist for the prison section, for the prison break. So I do believe this has a trade price. I do believe so. Do believe so. Now back then you actually didn't have trade prices back in 2015. The trade prices actually got added later on, I believe. But yeah. Back then when the heist update actually came out, you actually had to play the heist to get access to even purchase vehicles at all, and it was basically the buy now prices back then. But eventually they added trade prices, eventually though. And they basically add them for every player, but as more expensive prices or whatever, if it was by now, of course. So $680,000 on trade price to $476,000, which is a $204,000 off discount. That's what it is apparently here. But yes, indeed. The Casco's sports classics as well, possibly, if not a muscle car, even. Alright, yeah, actually, the Casco's a sports classics, just like the previous vehicle, of course, of the Sylvester. Okay. Oh, and yeah, how you get the trade price, it might be tied to either the finale or the particular mission that features it, where you're on like the cargo ship and you have to like take it off the cargo ship. One of those two things, I believe, is the trade price method of obtaining, basically, for the Casco. By the way, about a way to obtain that trade price, since I almost forgot to mention, since I almost did, yes, forget to mention. Yes, Casco do. It is apparently at the bottom of the F tier for the Sports Classics class. Which F is bad, of course, normally, but there's actually even more tiers than F, like all the way down to like O for Sports Classics, even. This might not be as bad as you would think when you're F tier. It is apparently 22nd place for bottom F tier, though. And it is apparently 8th place for top speed, actually, which is actually pretty respectable. That would even be a 6th place without the 2 HSW vehicles as well, which is just right underneath top 5. It's not quite top 5, more like top 10, but still it is a top 10 metric at least for its cheap price, actually, too. The Casco is actually surprisingly good for the top speed, which is nice. It's a 2015 vehicle, but yet still kind of holds up actually for top speed, which is cool. So I say if you are a big Casco fan, I think it could be worth getting for that top speed. Besides for personal preference customization, reasons, of course. Still. And yeah, that seems to have been it, basically. There. Didn't seem to have a lock on jammer, just really good top speed for its class, really do. No 4 doors, so it looks like, okay. Motorcycles, yeah, there's actually the power surge, which I was kind of talking about earlier, actually. I was actually talking about earlier, I think I maybe even gave the exact performance of it too, for some reason. Alright, so 30% off is less than 500k off, it looks like on this one, so 480, $1,500 off, I think it is, yeah, 481, 500 off, I believe. Again, this is apparently the only electric motorcycle in the game, I believe, as well, so it is pretty unique in that aspect, so it might be very, very good for the acceleration, which is how quick it gets to top speed, like 0 to 60, like instant top speed, albeit usually top speed does fall off for the vehicle drastically if it has acceleration. In this case, it was still top 10, if I remember saying right earlier. So again, being motorcycles, it actually does not have a letter tier, so right away it just has 2nd place lap time and 7th place top speed. Yeah, again, 2nd place lap time, 7th place top speed. Very good option up here for almost $500,000 off. No trade price on this, I'm pretty sure 100%. It was just random Drug Wars DLC. Like, any trade prices in that were probably vehicles like in that, like, Storybook, First Dose, and Last Dose, and it wasn't really there, of course. So that's it for the Letter Motorsport discounts. Does Warstock have anything? No. Maybe not. Maybe not. I think there might only be one vehicle in this guy actually for Warstock, and it's not even necessarily a weaponized one, apparently. Bruh. There's also an alternate way to obtain it if you're on the newer platforms as well, I believe. But there is technically something there, at least. And yeah, it is to Winky, apparently. Winky, apparently. So this definitely does have a trade price, I'm pretty sure. I think it's tied to find like all the contents in like a Calprico Scope Owl or something. But yes. Even before like even yes, before like what's it called? Yes, even before you do like the setup missions or like prep missions, whatever to call them. In the free mode for the Calprico heist, when you initially scope out the island, I think it's finding all the contents for that trade price. By the way. Yeah, 200 and... $225 would be 600, so like, yeah. So like what, 245, 47, 247,000, like 500 or something, I think. It sounds right to me, definitely does sound correct to me though. No, but yes. So Winky's off-road class, by the way. Back over to lap times, top speeds, and race tiers from extra classes for the previous discount covered, of course. And it's actually one of the worst off-road vehicles in the game as well, unfortunately, but unsurprising, of course, when you look at it, of course. So there was a time where it's actually the worst, like, raceable option, but now it goes over to the Zaba, apparently it's the worst raceable option, so it is apparently 47th place for a lap time between the between the raceable options. I mean, yes. Yes, it's in the middle of the O tier apparently for the off-road class. Apparently, middle of O tier. Yes, indeed. Which gives it 47th place on lap time and 47th place top speed. Only one placement above the Zaba for full metrics. And then there is a lot of non-raceable options. And also, of course, there's -2 for 2, like, HSW options. Which I guess would put it 45th. But, like, yeah. Even with non-raceable, it's like, what? Only better than, like, what, one of them? Like, RSP and Dito, it looks like, for lap time. Like, bruh. I think it's only better than RSP and Dito as well for top speed, so even in the best case situation, it'll only be like 44, so yeah, it's no matter how you scratch it, like, no matter how you go about it, it is one of the worst off-road vehicles in the game. No ifs, ands, or buts. There is a way to get it for free though, like I was saying earlier, if you're on newer platforms, so it is tied to the heist career progression. It is, yes, tied to heist career progression, so okay, guys, tier 4. Do literally everything for tier 4 for this, which, especially with the nerfs to Copper guys, I don't really see how it's all that worth doing, especially for Winky of all things, only really doing it for career progression, honestly. It does get you a free Vapid Winky instead of having to pay the measly amount there, even with 30% off, trade price, everything. Probably just better to buy the vehicle, honestly, in that case, honestly, though, but it is an option, at least, if you're on newer platforms, at least. AKA the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, SPC in the end, so you need the newer versions, of course, to get the career progression. So I think that was probably it for the website for Warstock in particular, at least. Let me make sure, actually, though. That's probably it, but I'm on the website already, of course I was for that, obviously. Let me just make sure. Basically. So we're gonna pick up, not actually on discount, by the way, just glitched up at the moment, because it's available, it's a free vehicle, 2018, but I already own the vehicles, so I can claim it or anything, so it always shows like that, basically. And yeah, same thing for the buzzard, it's just the same thing where I had it before, it became free in 2018 for a set time for a surprise in 2018. And because I cannot claim it, just always shows like that or something. But those are not on discount. Stock T's, I don't think there's any boat discounts, and then there's obviously not going to be a cycle discount, since it already looks super dirt cheap, obviously. I think there might just be 4 vehicle discounts left, and it's kind of looking like they're all going to be on Southern San Andreas. There's definitely a boat discount, indeed. So anything remains should be on the San Andreas Survival website. Oh yes. There's no featured ones, obviously, as pretty much expected. There's a kind of recent-ish one though with the Chop Shop DLC though, apparently for the FR36, so whatever. Going from $1,610,000 to $1,127,000. I do not believe there's a trade price for this, by the way. I don't think there is. I could be wrong though, but I don't believe there is. It does apparently have access to drift tuning. Drifting's honestly not a big deal though, since you cannot really do engine upgrades anyways. So if you don't care for performance upgrades and you want to use this, and yes, you want to use it as a drift vehicle if you don't care for like engine upgrades or something, I guess it could be a fun option. But yeah, it's not really the greatest thing out there for necessarily as far as I'm aware of like what the good drift vehicles are and what aren't. To be fair, since obviously again no like engine upgrades, at least there isn't Rocky 152 at least. But yeah, could be good, maybe not. I'm not really sure there. I think this already performs good in its actual main class, so I think there's definitely better options to be using as a drift tuning though. I think I would probably just not use this as drift tuning personally though. But yeah, $1,610,000, $1,127,000 US dollars. 17K away from 500K, so what is it, $483,000, I believe. So almost 500K, almost 500K off of it, but not quite. Puts obviously more towards the 1 hour grind compared to like closer to 2 hour grind, which is nice, which is nice at least I would say. Yes, coupe apparently, and actually it is the second S tier option. It's not the HSW option of the Euro 632, X32 HSW. No, yes, I know I did say earlier there is actually 2 coupe HSWs, but the XS is actually an A tier, which is actually below the FR36 for a lap time at least. But yes. FR36 being the only non-HSW coupe to be in the S tier, gives it second place to lap time, of course, behind the one HSW that is S tier for lap time. And then it is behind both HSW options for top speed, so it is the third place top speed, which is the best non-HSW top speed. So it is actually basically the best non-HSW for both lap time top speed for the coupe class, so it is absolutely amazing for this coupe here. Albeit coupe is a pretty niche class, it's not the most race class at all, so just keep that in mind. But it is an interesting vehicle, and if you are doing coupe races that for some reason have HSW disabled, and it is a good vehicle to have. So yeah, definitely a nice vehicle to purchase. Alright, that was it for 2-door, looks like already. So other sections will have the other ones, it looks like. So next up is the benefactor for Schlag Hammer, apparently, from the Bondar Bounties DLC, which is the last summer's update. Pretty sure. This one's $1,790,000, and it's now at $1,253,000. Trying to remember if it's even at a trade price. I know it's using one of those like most wanted bounties, but if even at trade prices tied really to that at all. There might have not been a trade price for it if I recall. Actually though. Again, same troll as the last vehicle, it does apparently have drift tuning available as well. I think this one's actually pretty good in its class as well, to where honestly maybe would probably just consider not doing drift tuning for this as well, since drift tuning's not that important, since literally using a stock drift tuning vehicle is the same as a custom one, obviously, since again no engine upgrades like I said earlier. So it's 537,000, I believe. 100%, I believe it's $537,000 off on the 30%. Funny one, it's over like $500,000 off, it seems. I believe it's the first one that's done that, actually. So that's pretty good on the savings, I would say, at that point, then. That's at least. Shock Hammer's what? Sedan or something, I believe. I think I know it's not like the greatest one, but it's no worse than, I believe, A tier, I think would be the worst it would be in. But yeah, I'll go to the spreadsheet, obviously, for that. Alright, yes, it does actually miss out on the S tier. Apparently it is actually at the top of A tier. So I mean, I guess technically there's much better options for sedan class. And yeah, again, as a reminder, there's no HSW for sedans, so this will be the same performance. This one, yes, will be the same performance for all platforms, since it's in a non-HSW class sedans. And apparently gets 7th place for a lap time as well as 4th place top speed. So it is top 10 for both metrics. So that's very, very good. Again, it's just not S tier when it comes to that top speed. Or no. When it comes to the lap time, at least, obviously it's not S tier because it's like lap time. For example, the one above it actually gets like a minute 4-ish, like just barely with the name minimus from this update actually. And then it's a minute 7 exactly on. It is apparently a minute 7 exactly on the dot for the Schlag Hammer, so it's quite a couple seconds difference apparently. So that's why it's A tier apparently. Barely miss out on the S tier. So again, it was like 7th, 4th place, which is pretty fine. Top 10 and top 5 for a top 10 lap time, top 5 top speed is pretty damn respectable, I would say. I would definitely say it. Yes, indeed. I do agree with what I was saying, obviously. Alright, and after that, you actually have an Amani tech vehicle on discount next to the Bravado Greenwood. God damn, your fucking ass hurting you, bro. Come on. Fuck. Yeah, Greenwood actually does have a trade price, I'm pretty sure, by the way, and it's tied to the ULP missions. I think it's only tied to like the first ULP mission or something, so it's pretty early in the mission stream if you didn't want to like play them all for some reason. Though I think if you play them all, you do get the Kanata trade price or something for the regular Kanata. So it can be nice, I guess, especially with the newer hanger amounts, of course. But yeah, yes. On trade price though, it's $1,098,750. Fuck, that's already burned. Fuck on. Fuck. Again, on a trade price, $1,098,750 to $769,125 is minus 300. 28,000. Yeah, 328,000. Like, right. Yeah, like 328-ish, like 29-ish thousand, whatever, honestly. It's kind of taking me a bit too long to confirm if I'm 100% of what I'm saying, though, honestly. If it's whatever. Now, yeah, I wonder if I'll go over performance on this, since there's a lot of detail to talk about with the Amani Tech, kind of. But yes. But again, Greenwood does have the pretty iconic Amani Tech features, at least, kind of, or a lot of them, at least. It does have armor plating. Now, it's not electric, so it actually doesn't have the best armor plating of Amani Tech. Electric Amani Tech actually is the best armor plating of any of the Amani Tech vehicles. But it's serviceable enough, 100%, especially if combined with the missile lock-on jammer. Now, this one did lose a couple features since it was currently in Enterprise's deal. Need a second update to have Amani Tech, and by that point, they were kind of starting to strip features down a little bit. Especially the front-mounted machine guns, they stripped down entirely after the initial contract update. And then, yeah, bullets and glass would return on certain vehicles, but the Greenwood's not one of them, unfortunately. So, has armor plating, but no bullets, glass, no front-mounted machine guns. Has slip lines on it, which is an alright line type. It's not as good as kinetic or like EMP for like the arena mines, but it's serviceable, I guess, for spinning vehicles out, I suppose. And it does have the choice of missile lock-on jammer or remote control unit. Now, it's not electric, and it also doesn't have front-mounted machine guns. I think remote control unit, so I think remote control unit with no front-mounted machine guns, no electricness to it, I think makes it not really a good candidacy for that. That would definitely go to missile lock-on jammer on this being a muscle car, and therefore it's not going to be as speedy as you would want it to be. If you're looking for a speedier muscle car with a Amani Tech, and actually has like pretty much all the features, you have the Bravado Buffalo SCX, I believe, for example. For this particular one, I think this one's definitely worthy of the missile lock-on jammer, 100%. And then, yeah, if I do go over the performance of it, then yes, muscle car class, which I guess I am now. Yes, the Greenwood. Is actually apparently at the top of this C tier for the muscle car class, interestingly. And that apparently gives it 21st place for lap time. as well as 19th place top speed. And again, there's 5 HSWs, I believe. It's actually right below Tampa GT, so it's actually +5 for it then, or -5, I guess, on the legacy platform. So that would give it 16th place now then from 21st, 16th place on the lap time. And then 19th place minus like 5 for that would be 14. So it is able to be within like a few to several placements, like our top 10 at like best for both metrics. It's actually not too terrible still. Again, Buffalo STX is just a much better option for a Montech muscle car. And this one lacks the forces glass and the front lights machine guns, which yeah does hurt its utility unfortunately, like a lot. Or a decent amount at least, not necessarily a lot per se, but yeah. Yes. I think there's one more discount, I believe, on this website still even. And it seems to be to obey iWagon. So this one is 1,720,000. Going down to $1,204,000. Now this was contract DLC where you had like a money tech stuff actually on like the trade prices and stuff. Unlike later DLCs where the money techs were not tied to trade prices a lot of times. Like you had again Greenwood actually came out the update after whatever Bruno Money Tech. And that actually had a trade price, but that was because it was tied to like the UOP missions to be fair. Yeah, in most cases I'm talking about like after contract. A lot of like money tech vehicles that like really any of them even had like trade prices. They didn't really like happen much at all for trade prices. With Greenwood kind of being the rare exception. The iWagon not being a money tech actually doesn't have a trade price for that reason. So $1,720,000 for all players. I believe the $1,204,000 is $516,000 savings. I believe right there, one of the higher savings I think of a vehicle this event. Basically, if not even the highest. So I think it's one of the 2 separate vehicles that has this sort of first shock hammer. Might have pretty much been it. Are they saving the same price? First shock hammer might have actually been a higher price, so that one might have a higher discount too, technically speaking, in terms of like the raw amount of like money you save, basically. Yeah, this one's an SUV. It's also an electric SUV, which I think is the only electric SUV in the whole game. So that's good in some ways, but also bad in other ways, actually, as I'll mention. It's not entirely good for it, basically. So yeah, for the SUV class, basically. Or for the SUVs class, I mean, yes. We had iWagon though. It's apparently at the top of the C tier for the SUV class. SUVs class, yes, indeed. And that gives a 16th place for lap time, as well as 52nd place for top speed, which I believe is the worst in the class. So I believe there's 52 SUVs in the game. Yes, indeed it is. And the reason it has that worst top speed is because, again, it's the one electric SUV in the game, and the main weakness of electric, even though it gets the instant 0 to 60, oftentimes it means it will have one of the worst top speeds of its class. And yeah, there's like, what, 4 HSW options all above it for lap time, so at best it technically gets 12th place, of course, for the lap time, and like, taking away 4 would give it 48 for top speed, of course, but it would still be the worst top speed anyways, of course, of course. So, like, it's not being top 10 for its class for lap time. It's kind of a joke, honestly, for it being electric and having to suffer with its top speed because of that. I don't know if it's quite, frankly, a good trade-off for that, quite frankly, honestly, but obviously it's very unique being the only electric SUVs, if you care for that, and obviously it's a pretty good buy. And obviously customization for preference reasons from there. Okay, so yeah, that was it for vehicle discounts. Apparently, except actually let me actually also I wasn't supposed to be in here, so let me get out of there then in that case. Make it like it was supposed to be. Supposed to be. Alright, again, to sync this, I recovered those since it's on the spooky discount list or something on the main menu, of course, for like the what's new section, whatever. Clown. Sheesh. But yeah, that was it. Okay, but yeah. Clown slasher, okay. Let's go then. Let's go then. Oh shit, gotta reload. Oh, ah, I get killed. Got him pretty good, apparently, with the tracers and shit. Okay, that was interesting. Clown tried to get me in my salvage yard. That was 2 slashers, the doppelganger the second time, and the clown slasher trying to get me in my salvage yard. That's actually pretty insane. And I think that's the most variety you can have for a slasher, since obviously they take like certain areas. I think for, I don't know, you might be able to have overlap in small areas, but it's not common, I think, for those slashers, of course, aside from doppelganger, which might be able to be just about anywhere. But, yeah. So, if I remember right, of course. So again, I already went over to sync this discount again. That kind of distracted, so I figured I'd go back in here again. Why not? So I do want to do HSW time trial, obviously. That's a stream. It's pretty much hitting 4 hours now, apparently. Sorry about that, how long that should be, but of course, again, fucking starting to get freaking more, but at least not 5 hours at least. I should maybe actually try UFO out first, maybe, but I might just still wait till after anyways. Smuggle point again, apparently. Yeah, I haven't seen Gunmania, so I don't actually know if I'll cover it this time, just because, like, Rockstar hasn't posted it themselves, and, like, GT Series just does, like, discount ones, so I want to, like, do a partial covering of it, of course. And I don't know if I want to go out the way to find like all the stuff on another source. So like, I feel it's kind of ridiculous that they can't just post weekly wires and they're going to change like this much of the event. Of course, like, it's not Red Dead where they're only changing like maybe like 5% of the event or something. I feel like 5-10% maybe at most. Here they change almost like at least like half of it or something like around there. I feel it's kind of warranting of a newswire, but whatever. Whatever. Yeah, the newswire guy or whatever the fuck, sure, enjoying their time off, I guess, so. It's just pretty much the longest time they've not had to do much newswires, at least for the event weeks in particular. Again, I know they did the Kruger newswire, but yeah, that's an easy, simple one to make, I'm sure. My point. Yeah, honestly, it's probably gonna be kind of tough in this Halloween Whipper, honestly, isn't it? Whatever, I'll try. Okay, yeah, that's definitely not going anywhere, I think. So if it takes time, then it's probably partly at fault to Halloween Whipper, of course, so might be taking some tries. Fair. Goodness, bro. At that point, end up in the restart. Respawn, I mean. Okay, yeah. I was maybe going to consider actually doing it if it didn't land on the side, honestly. But nah. Going to definitely be a bit more lenient on this one if I feel the run might be good enough still. Of course, because of this Howling Weather. Because, like, even without, like, any crazy weather, this shit's a bitch to pull off, I feel. That's actually not too shabby. I'll try that, actually. I feel. Feeling a little confident with this one. That I can make it work at least. But not quite sure at the end if it'll actually end up mattering, of course. Alright, doing kind of good with controlling working vehicles at times and stuff without much braking, I feel, per se. I mean, I don't know. Whatever, no. Shit. Getting all this goddamn rain with Halloween weather. Kind of making things different than it seems. Yeah, 2-minute 53-second power time, by the way, if I didn't say earlier. Obviously, it was smack dab on the Corona anyways, so I kind of figured not to mention it until now, I guess. That's what I gotta try and be, of course, if it's Halloween weather, rain shit, of course. This evil green doo-doo rain or some shit, I don't know. Like Mountain Dew or something, except I don't know if those were ever really green to be fair, but that's what comes to mind, I guess. With some conversation piece. Yeah, I think I'll just stay on this, right? Yeah, where that car is, right here. Cars pushing it, actually that's a scrap truck, I guess. Yeah, big air is the exit convertible, definitely being all wet inside right now. Look at where real life, of course. And I guess technically speaking, it's still. Maybe I'll just try to cut through off-road and stuff. Try to at least go, go, go. Come on, I don't know. Do this much. Okay, that's not too much. So if things don't slow down that much more, then things will be good. Okay, I was kind of riding the area over there, which kind of worked good until I heard go, go. I think I might be able to actually do this. Alright, there, cornered it well. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. I did it, did it. Had a feeling that would work, and it did. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Kind of hella risked though with the shortcut, of course, and in like that off-road area. But I figured with the howling lever that it was kind of necessary to do. I feel in a sense to keep the run alive. I feel. So I wasn't sure how much time I lost in the beginning, of course. Oh, I found a gun van, okay. Perfect. Alright, so I found it, I'll go over it then. Awesome. Turned out the time travel took me to the perfect spot for the gun van, apparently. Alright, now to find my way over there, though. Of course. I think I might be starting to find my way there, though. It's turning reddish here, so I think it's almost over. I think it's almost over. Alright, sure, let me cut through all this shit all. Why not? I tried there and it worked well. Okay, good. I didn't actually think the doors would open that way for some reason, but it turned out it went the right way. Good.
Got something new just for you.
Alright, but yeah, I guess with the HSW town truck, I got $19,214,932 apparently. Cool.
What's it gonna take to get you to buy today?
Alright, okay. So. Starting off the more traditional weapons to go over that aren't on some kind of discount.
Range, huh?
Which might only actually be this one actually here, that's not on some sort of discount. The combat shotgun. So the combat shotgun is an interesting one. This one you actually have to find usually in the Calvarico compound during the Calvarico Heights finale. I feel it's too much out the way to want to bother with it oftentimes for people though, so buying this is totally reasonable, I feel. Not sure what the price is, but it's totally reasonable to buy it. I didn't actually off-stream like after like weed was on like a special thing one time for like Calvarico Heights finale, since I was doing a stream on weed and people were hating on it or something, I believe. Since I was trying to find the shotgun, people were telling me like, oh, sometimes there might not be a possibility for spawning in check all locations. I didn't know that part before. So.
Planning on a little short distance work?
Yeah, people didn't tell me that shit, so. I was pretty annoyed with how people like received that video and stuff that I went to find it off stream, and of course the one I did off stream I found it like in like the first spot I checked. So I did actually find this like off stream. But I meant to want to find it on stream.
Thinking close range, huh?
But either way I showed like the spots pretty well. I think when I was doing like a weed thing for like 2 times or something for Calvarico Heights finale back in the day, back in the day. So buying it's totally reasonable, which you can only really do at the gun vans, and so you have to buy it in the compound after all.
Every
Besides
shotgun I got
perhaps
comes
besides
guaranteed.
perhaps.
Not literally, but you know.
So that one makes it pretty good to buy. So that was not going it obviously will not compete with the assault shotgun, but it could be maybe the second best shotgun in the game or something if you don't need all the like automatic fire of the assault shotgun, and it might be like a good runner-up shotgun then for like a non-explosive one, of course.
Planning on a little short
God
distance
damn,
work?
that fucking hurt me, bro. Come on.
Thinking close range, huh?
Just go and check my stream again actually here, just in case, just in case though. But yes, stream's still going good. Awesome. Not surprised, but we gotta check just in case, of course. Like last time, of course, after what happened last time, of course. Where I was like 99% done with the stream, and then of course it decides
Every shotgun I got comes guaranteed.
cut out at the end, of
Not
course.
literally, but you know.
My fucking luck and shit. Again, I think every other one's on discount, so you might as well just go and order at that point. So yeah, in general, for 40% off discount, there is the heavy rifle on discount. So heavy rifle released during the contract DLC, albeit it was meant to be in day one of the game. Actually, it was actually a beta cut weapon, I believe, in the single player, so it was meant for day one. So fittingly enough, they put it in the Franklin DLC. Like much later on in the line, down the line, like a bunch of other content that eventually made it in the game later on. But yeah, I think kind of the gimmick with it is it kind of does a little more damage. The quote-unquote gimmick, I guess you could say, but it does take a hit in like fire rate, I believe. Fire rate is probably better to have though than damage, quite frankly. Doing a little more damage per bullet isn't necessarily a good trade-off for fire rate. Kind of same thing with like miniguns, usually being better than machine guns. It's cause that fire rate that makes them good compared to the machine guns. When you upgrade like a machine gun on like certain weaponized vehicles to like a minigun, it's usually better obviously for that fire rate. Kind of same kind of ordeal there, I think. And accuracy and like range stuff is probably pretty average on it, honestly. So fire rate does take a little bit of a hit, so like from what I hear, people actually do not tend to like using it too much though. For the other ones though, like obviously Service Carbine, like Old Strickler recently, for newer platforms. But it does have the cool families finish at least, which is unique. At least looks more interesting. It is at least more interesting looking at the Service Carbine with no livery at all, I suppose, but still. Oh, and also, that's right, it is the latest weapon release for non-Mark II to have a scope on it as well. That's right. Because on the older platforms, you don't get the old Strickler for its scope, so this doesn't have a scope, and this obviously doesn't have a scope apparently, so if you need a scope, it is one of the later weapon options for that as well, apparently, especially on the older platforms where you don't have old Strickler.
You know the deal. That was only released a little while ago.
And then you have to tackle SMG, which is apparently 30% off, which yes, is apparently 30% off for Plus in particular.
Will not be beaten on automatic weapons. That's what you want? You're in the right place. one followed you, right?
Whatever though. Whatever though.
You didn't see me. Take a look. That's new stock. Fresh out of the box. Pleasure
Got
doing
tackle
business with you.
SMG. Yeah, it's the latest and greatest drop-by weapon of the game. Yeah, comparing it to AP pistol. Yeah, 36 versus 60 is of course a huge 24 ammo difference for drive-by. You do have certain special vehicle like seats like the Phantom Wedge, like back seats. Moonbeam, you can customize like the side seats, or you can use like the assault rifles, the LMGs. There's like certain special seats you can use like assault rifles, like LMGs, like RPG, sniper rifles, like special drop-by weapons. Yeah, for traditional drop-by, it's pretty good for the tackle SMG. Since last 2+ years ago, Singers Mercenaries, you will see. So pretty good, pretty good.
Hey. All right, go. That's the very latest.
And then, yeah, after that, pretty much the best drive-by weapon in the game. So as for certain special vehicles, special drive-by selections.
Only sold by yours truly.
Yeah, shocker. Kind of the melee version of the stun gun.
All right.
So when you run out of the long charge on this, obviously, which is longer in the online restore mode, then balance it. You can use the shocker as a secondary. Shocker is also usable on a bike as well, so it is huge advantage that you get out of using it for a motorcycle. For some reason they took away the ability to use the stun gun in a car as a drive-by. But this you can use on a bike, which is very nice. Gives it a lot more use versus if it was limited to just on foot, 100%.
Hey there. That's, black market only. Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, the other ones have pretty much been mentioned for the most part last bunch of weeks, basically.
Never here.
Obviously,
Kind was never here.
South Sea have been in for the Halloween season, like the Shocker, of course. Shocker's just the one that's only just this year been a gun ban only, and not the year prior, though. Sort of, yeah, Widowmaker. As me, notice I don't actually have the regular minigun in my weapon wheel, and that's because I have it in the gun locker, as I'll explain. So, because of the minigun in the gun locker, for whatever reason, it works where if you have one of those two in your gun locker, it will give the other one full ammo, basically, as long as it's maxed in the gun locker with the maximum ammo. Every time you're in a separate lobby, we'll give you that ammo for the other one. So same thing if you do the Widowmaker in the gun locker, your minigun will get the, like, ammo every time you're in a lobby instead. And yeah, Widowmaker is pretty much the same as the minigun, just has the red tracers for the lasers, which probably is easier to find at night, so it's kind of, it is kind of less stealthy Minigun essentially done. In terms of being able to see at night.
You know the deal. Okay, let's do this.
Okay, after
Can't
that,
be found anywhere but this van. Guaranteed.
so you have an atomizer. That one pretty much speaks for itself when you just use it quite simply, so... Ragdolls. Can get business vehicles unstuck for your counterfeit cash on 2 times, 4 times right now, for example, or any business for that matter. It helps get any vehicles unstuck that are important for your business sales. If for some reason those vehicles end up getting stuck for whatever reason.
No one followed you, right?
That one makes it very good for a utility weapon.
Make it quick. That one's brand new. Just hit the market.
And then,
Won't find that in ammunition. Ha!
last but not least, for traditional weapons, you have the unholy Hellbringer.
You didn't see me.
Which is basically a Mark 1 version of the Combat MG. Mark 2, which if you have that Mark 2, obviously you don't really get to have the Mark 1 at the same time. So it kind of acts as a replacement to the Mark 1 when you have the Mark 2, which is nice. Yeah, it does have the laser tracers that do make it easier to spot at night, like I was saying with the Widowmaker. But there's no reload on this compared to the regular Combat MG, so it is very good. Also, Combat MG does have the gimmick where you're in first person. Intentional or not, there's a gimmick where if you're in first person with the Combat MG, Mark 2 probably as well, and I'm pretty sure this probably as well being a reskin of the Combat MG. It will just shoot completely straight in first person for some reason, which is weird. I don't think it's supposed to work like that, but it does for some reason. So you can definitely take full advantage of that. Do very good in first person combat. If you need to shoot completely straight for some reason. Because you don't usually get to shoot completely straight, whether it be first or third person, I believe. So it could be used for that, I'm pretty sure.
Hey. Good news. I got discounts on today. Only sold by yours truly.
And yeah, just an overall, like, on the discounts, by the way. I didn't state them all, but yeah.
That's, black market only. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no matter the platform, all players get 40% off heavy rifle.
Can't be found anywhere but this van. Guaranteed.
I don't think I mentioned yet, but this is a 30% off discount, but it's only for the Plus subscription as well. And then the other 4 are all Plus as well, I think for half off only, so I think they're full price if they're not Plus for
That was only
as well.
released a little while ago.
Especially the Shocker,
Won't find that in
Widowmaker,
ammunition.
and the Unholy Hellbringer all half off for those alien weapons. Half off for all the alien weapons, pretty much. But yeah, only for Plus though. No. Alright, throwables, you have the
Primus
cocktails, which is a gun ban exclusive for straight up buying them. You can't buy them with ammunition or the agency, so absolutely good one there. Pipe bomb, Biker Steel, throwable basically, yeah. It's actually a very good try-by one.
Goes off guaranteed
Unlike a
every
stick
time.
bomb. Will not blow up in your hand when it gets shot like a stick bomb will, so it is very good for a drop-by throwable, 100%. Besides for that, I'm not actually too sure like how they work or anything. I never got too into them with the Lost and Damned DLC back in the GTA 4 days, and I never understood them the most in general for this game either. I don't actually use them that much in this game.
You want to make a
Probably
bang?
used more actually
That'll
in
do it.
Damned, to be honest, but yeah. And tear gas is good for room clearing, of course, since it does smoke. It's also good for clearing rooms and all that kind of stuff from enemies and whatnot. And then obviously you just have your body armor from there.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Alright, so I want to wait for the Halloween Weber to show up again and then try to get abducted. And I think that will basically do it for this stream now. I don't know. Since I'm done going over the gun ban and every other content tied to the event week, basically. Yes, And yeah, I guess I'll try to get back to my helicopter. That'll be easiest to try to kind of get to Yavo. Besides for the EMP being on the aircraft. Besides, yes, for EMP being on the aircraft, of course. And if it's not clear, by the way, there's certain time intervals where the weather starts. It's not like all the time, at least until like the final stage. It might be all the time right now. I'm not actually 100% remember, but still. Oh shit. I start so at night, right? Which shouldn't be too long, I'm thinking. So unless I want to wait that much longer. After last time, we had to wait so long and the stream cut out, of course. Internet generated or some shit. It's almost 5 p.m. now, and the students are like 11 or something. Think so. Alright, bringing it started. Okay, that's starting now. Good. Yeah, it goes to that till like 5, 6-ish in the morning, I think. Maybe. Something like that. I gotta wait for my cleaning and stuff as well, maybe. Hey, one of my lights got destroyed. How? Bro. It's starting pretty dark now, so plenty of time to get those to start to appear. Right. Alright, where are we at? UFOs, come on. Still not quite green on top. The clouds and stuff. Getting there though. It's not like 100% where it should be at. O'clock will start appearing, maybe just a lightning or something, like a thunder, whatever to hear before it actually happens, or like right as it happens. It does that like when the weather stops, I think. Maybe it does that with those here as well. Maybe around there at least. Hopefully. What was it? Oh, I just see all those. Okay, I might just start it there. Okay. Yeah, for my landing gear out just in case. Please go for the worst. EMP thing, of course. Of course. Oh shit. Wait, what? That's close to something. So confused. So confused. I thought they said UFO abductions, so, but again, it kind of lied last time when they were available. Like, they weren't even available Tuesday the week they said they were available or something. So it's not entirely true. I don't know. Probably not gonna be able to. Probably need to try to get my gears next time, but I guess. Should probably try. But yeah, I didn't stay consistent there, it seems. We can get up, your HSW, get up the mountain. This song delivered that much of burden on the list. Here, let's go, let's go. Alright, good, we're getting places. Good starting to do that there too. Okay, so they straight up lied then. Okay. Or do I want to try for? Oh yeah, search areas for cheese cash. No, I want to be abducted by the UFO like y'all said it happened. But nah, they straight up lied about it happening this event. Unless like at 11 p.m. or something when daily objectives change, then it might start. I don't know. So maybe there's a slight smidge of truth to it somehow. I don't know. Still just figuring out though. It seems there's one at the port center. Okay. Come on, bro. I didn't do that. Come on. Fuck ass car. You get your fucking backlight destroyed. That fucking messing me up, damn it. The fucking ass messed me up, damn it. Anytime now, I might just disappear. Not sure. I don't know how much it was determined. I got too close to it or something. Oh yeah, disappeared again. Okay. KK. KK, yes, indeed. But, alright, so yeah, they straight up clickbaited me. They said that the fucking Rockstar straight up clickbaited me themselves, apparently, in their own fucking game. Said that the UFO abductions were live, but they fucking aren't. So, they probably meant that for next event, or very late into this event, or just something you can past, like, Wednesday at, like, 5 o'clock p.m. exactly right now. Pacific Standard Time, or like 8 Eastern even. Maybe again, when daily objectives change, it might happen barely for just one day. Maybe it might not be entirely clickbait, I'm not sure, but yeah, it's more, you actually get abducted in the last 4 days, like the finale thing, basically. It's but yeah, that should be it for the stream though, basically. But yes, that's gonna be it for the stream. The fucking Cockstar made me go all the way to like 5 p.m. for no fucking reason, saying that the UFO abductions were live. You know Rockstar, Cockstar. Maybe the miscommunication wouldn't happen if y'all wouldn't be such cockstars and actually do news wires again. Actually do the news wires again, but nope. No. It's just clickbait people instead with lies and deceit and shit, though. Yes, it's fine to be it for the stream, though. Hope you enjoyed. Fucking Cockstar. Fuck ass Cockstar.